So call the number on your screen now to see if you're eligible or to enroll in the ThÄ plan from United Healthcare.
Thinning hair has changed your life. I lost all my confidence. Now imagine having thicker, fuller hair. Capillus uses technology that's clinically proven to help regrow hair and prevent further hair loss. It makes me emotional. It's a very life-changing moment for as little as $1 a day. Get Capillus and love how your hair looks again.
Shop big savings during the Capillus spring sale. Call 888-722-1499 or visit capillus.com.
Okay, wait. Let's do this match. Nobody's got the guess. Squeeze. Stay with me. Here. You're finished. You did that all time. Until next time.
In honor of Women's History Month, we've been talking with female leaders in sports, politics, business, and entertainment. And this morning, we are every Friday during Women's History Month. All month long, we've been celebrating Women's History Month by talking with female leaders in sports, politics, business, and entertainment. And this
Several reporters have attempted to question me. I'm sure they'll be trying to reach Bosley.
So you want us to tell them not to talk to him, right?
That's right. We can't keep a low profile for the agency if we're being quoted in the press.
Okay, Charlie, we'll tell him as soon as we hear from him.
Fine. And good luck with your game.
My black people, it's all about the unity. Nothing they can do with us, so ain't nobody.
We are in a state of emergency. Prejudice. Want a song about it? Like to hear? Here it goes. Free your mind.
Suppose we go where no man has gone before. Right. It's so misused. Won't be accused. So the blue. It's people injection. I'm strangers young. So we have come down. Try to block me from the phone, but I have never seen one. And I know. I can live though I don't love you. And I feel so alone. But I have to be strong.
He killed his wife. He's getting out of prison in 8 years.
Well, it's all circumstantial evidence. Some still think that he's innocent. It's a very controversial case.
Yeah, well, Charlie wants you to.
Well, I know that.
Leslie.
Yeah, I'll be alone. This is what.
Free your mind. You're never coming back. Never coming back.
What was that? I don't know. Well, I've heard that sound before. Where?
This is Palmetto Star, but you can call me Prophet. Prophet Rosa, the prophet of blessings, and author of 3 steps to end racism right now. If the world practiced these 3 steps, what would it look like? Black empowerment, Black ownership. The ability to define one's own reality is freedom. 3 steps to end racism right now is freedom in real time. Now, why is racism trendy? When hasn't racism been trendy in America? It is built off of racism. Everything about America is racist. We have never experienced the world without the shadow of racism, without the terrorism of racism, without the threat of racist intentions. We have never experienced that.
We want to make sure that we're not just working to be first, but we're working to be right. A lot of times there are situations when things are just happening so fast. It's always important to be fast, but we always want to be right.
I ordered this book, God is on Trial. I ordered this book from Amazon, and I must say I read it. It's very well written, very thought-provoking. And so, sisters and brothers like Alberta Parrish, again, God is on Trial. It is a provocative, thought-provoking, very real and honest point of view regarding the gods of major religions or of Abrahamic religions, and why those of us who follow these belief systems should be asking the same kind of questions instead of just blindly accepting and following.
This message. Hey, my brother, you know I had to call you and thank you personally again. I cannot describe to you how happy I was to meet you in person, Myron. That was just like amazing.
Body Salon and Wellness Spa is located in the historical area of East Point, Atlanta. This is a center for cultural, family-oriented community commencement, and just couldn't have chosen a better place for the Colored Only Cafe to make its debut. Very proud that brother Pamela Starr has hooked me up with this opportunity, and they've allowed me to be the vending. I right now have the sole vending contract with this wonderful establishment. So excited. All of my Philadelphians, it feels like home. All of my Atlantic, you already know. All of my ATLians, you already know it's home. But definitely it has a Northeast type of vibe. So please come down and enjoy. We are just here on the weekends right now. And we are Friday and Sundays. But every weekend you can expect a great time, cultural engagement, awesome meals, dripping in melanin. So come on down and enjoy.
Hey, not to be popular. It just, I'm inspired by my brother, that reality Temple's brother, the most powerful voice on the internet, that reality Angel Stepping Up 7. That's right, bro. I'm calling you out, bro. I'm building you. I'm putting you out there, bro. I'm shouting you out. That's my inspiration.
My brother Angel Stepping Up 7 at the Reality Temple. And to give props to him, because I listened to all of Angel Stepping Up 7's videos. I think that he comes from a different angle. And there's a powerful message in a lot of the videos that he put out. And I try to catch all of them. I look at him as a free thinker. and a person that's willing to challenge those of which he don't agree with or which he may think differently from, and I really respect him for that. He's challenged KBS, and he has also challenged the Black supremacy movement as well. And I have nothing against that, because that which cannot be challenged cannot stand and will not stand and will not survive the test of time. How many challenges we can withstand will determine how long we will be able to stand.
Saving lives. Life alert saves life from a catastrophe every 11 minutes. However, I wouldn't be sitting here today. Save and life. Absolutely positively get it. Alert from a shooter, call 1-33-6655.
Peace, forever, knowledge. I'm so Sister J. I'm so Sister D. And I just wanted to say thank you for all the people who helped to the medical fundraiser for my uncle Taalik. And it has meant so much to us that you would help, because without you guys, his life would not be possible and we would not be with him today right now. And I just want to say, for all of you that helped and that donated, I would really like to give a big thanks, and I hope I can meet you one day and say thank you in person. I love you guys.
To ring out in perfect harmony, Terry Ellis becomes the first of the divas to offer the world her singular sound. And she does just that on
Things on paper that say, if you do this, we're going to punish you by incarcerating you, and you break them and you're dumb enough to get caught, then you're just dumb.
All right. Shout out to Reality Temple in the building. Just for I got to get him on here, man. You talk about somebody polarizing. Whoa. that brother is, I'll leave that alone. Shout out to the brother, though, Jeff.
Anyway, I'm done. So, don't expect me to be on YouTube all the time, and because none of you are helping me out. I have to go to work every day. I have to go to work, to make money, and none of y'all are dropping me $5 or nothing in my Cash App or nothing. So don't expect me to come on here making videos all the time, because that's not going to happen. Like I said, it takes a lot of energy to come on here and talk and make videos and put together, presentations, and all of that takes time and energy. Don't expect me to come on here talking and carrying on.
God damn. Ain't all my damn food up? Crack-headed monkeys. Yeah. This SNIFFY, you know who this is, man. You got caller ID. Hey, don't y'all hate to call people? They call, who is it? And they got caller ID. You know who it is. You got caller ID, Negro. God damn, crazy. Where's Smelly D at?
You know I still love you, baby. And you've never changed. I want nobody but you. I want nobody.
Well, if I were inclined to paranoia, I would say that my three friends somehow found out where I was and are playing head games on me. But that's bizarre behavior even for them. On the other hand, they did tell me that a fellow that I helped send to prison was released yesterday.
Come on, then.
we will not be himself, and you don't realize it. You don't realize it, that God has been in prison. The devil was able to imprison God. So right inside your own self, your God self has been in prison, and you have a false sense of self running rampant inside the temple. This is why, you understand what I'm saying? You have to bring reality's temple here on earth. Reality's temple here on earth. Because we have to realize the enemy is running rampant inside this temple.
I stand for nature. I stand for anything that is right. I'm pro-righteous, not pro-black. I am pro-righteous and not pro-black. So do your thing.
And that is Brother Taalik from the Reality Temples on Earth channel. And if you get a chance to subscribe, please do subscribe to his channel. He's a good brother. You know, he's doing good work, and he wants to do good constructive things. He has good information to provide. So please do check out his channel if you get a chance.
It's all about the unity and living they can do whatever. In a state of emergency.
Want a song about it? Like to hear it? Here it goes.
Free your mind.
I keep it real.
Because I keeps it real like that. I keeps it real.
Bringing them on in.
Charlie says as well, a character gets out of prison, all of a sudden somebody shooting him violently and his companion. Oh God, who is Bosley's companion?
In the name of our ancestors, peace forever and always, and welcome to another edition of what I call the Reality's Temple on Earth Internet Ministry. I am the gatekeeper, the host of this program, known here on social media, wherever you may find me. I am known as the mighty Angel Snuff 7. I am your soul brother, number one. welcome, welcome, welcome. It is always an honor to address this self-thinking, most intelligent audience. I thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. And before we indulge our main topic of this video, of which needs to be spoken upon, I would first like to just have a conversation with this audience, those who respect this platform, the message that we present from this foundation, and you and many of you have been here for a long time. Some of you have been on this soul train, and you don't necessarily have to be black. You've been on this soul train for a long time. And you've seen the things that I have to had go through just to be present on this stage. I have had over 100 channels terminated. And I've had to deal with all kinds of hatred and jealousy and lies and slander and death threats, and the list goes on and on. When you become a public figure, you put a target on your back. There is much positive to being a public figure. There is a lot of negative. So far from me, I've experienced much of the negative. I have yet to really experience the positive. The positive is being able to speak with you. Being around self-thinking people, those who are not rigid in the mind, those who are able to look outside of your skin color, has no skin color. So I will be called or targeted as those who are filled with self-hatred, because I can see justice. I don't have to put a skin color on it. I can see liberation. I don't have to put a skin color on it, because all human beings should have the right to have justice. And if they are oppressed, they should have the right to struggle to be liberated from that which oppressed them. Has nothing to do with skin color. Even animals. There are those who fight for the rights of animals, so they are not mistreated and exploited and abused. This is a right because we are alive. It is unnatural that we succumb to oppression, whatever form that is, slavery, any type of exploitation, rape, and murder. We should not succumb to that. We have a right just to live. You have a right to fight against that which brings harm or will take your life. So it's not about here. We are the top priority because nobody else is going to stand up for us. So we must stand up for ourselves and look out for ourselves. So technically, we are black first, but we know we are beyond our skin color. We are beyond our melanin. We are much more than these things. And we wake up in skin color every day. I don't have to tell you I'm a black man. I don't have to tell you I'm an African or Aboriginal. You see that every day you see me. So I don't have to emphasize that. I want to get out of jail. That's the top priority. I understand that my skin color is a detriment to me when I live in what we call pink racism, pink supremacy. So I have no choice to talk about it a little bit, but I don't have to be about it because I am expanding myself. Because once I get out of jail, I am more than skin color. There are those who get angry and upset with you because your level of understanding is beyond their comprehension while they dwell on skin color. And the reason why they dwell on skin color is because of the 400-year oppression based upon skin color. So they attempt to fight fire with fire. That which oppressed me, that which brought me harm, now it can cause me to rise. I have yet, after and going on 100 years, we've been screaming black power and the melanin this and blah, blah, blah. It has yet to liberate you because your condition, your disease, your hurt is much more than a skin color. So to concentrate on your skin color, your melanin, or the fact that you came from Africa or you came from some great people, that's not enough to solve your condition. You have to go beyond that and to concentrate on that which will not bring you the knowledge, the thinking ability in order to get yourself out of this situation once and for all. So it brings you motivation, it inspires you, but it does not solve your problem. It makes you feel good, but it does not solve your problem. Because your problem is much more than a skin color. Because once you do get out of the jail, what you gonna do then? And you still suffer from sickness because your sickness is beyond skin color. We suffer from hundreds of years of trauma. We suffer from individual, personal trauma. We suffer from all types of things. And having some type of pride in your skin color is not going to solve that. Having pride in your skin color is not going to put food on your table. It's not going to be able to properly educate your children. So it's beyond that. We want to get out of jail, but we also want to think about, okay, once I get out of jail, what am I going to do now? So that is what this ministry is about. Giving us a plan, giving us a way, a new mindset, a new strategy in order to think to get out of the incarceration. But once you get out of incarceration, what do we do? So we also thinking about how am I going to survive once I get out of jail? And that is why many have a love-hate relationship with prison. They go in prison, they want to get out, but as soon as they get out, they want to go back in because they cannot handle the reality, the responsibility of being free. Like our brother Maurice was talking to us the other day. We don't want the responsibility for being free. You talk it, but you don't want that responsibility. So you do small things and you do things like they do in jail. They get out and some of them will commit a little tiny crime so they can go back to jail because they don't want the responsibility of life in the free world. And that's what we do. We do these little small projects and these little small things to pretend we want freedom, but we really don't want it. We want to be able to keep ourselves in a position so that we can say, the white man do this. And if it wasn't for that, if it wasn't for them Uncle Toms and them coons, so you can find some kind of excuse so that you don't have to take responsibility for yourself. And that's what it's all about. So they don't come around here with us because we don't play that. Homie don't play that here. And you don't fool me with your huffing and puffing and what they call prostrating, what they being pompous and all this stuff. You don't impress nobody here. It reminds me of these dogs that do all this barking. They ain't gonna bust a grape. The only thing you have to do is just lunge at them a second. They run away. That's just a front. We have been fronting and putting on a show and perpetrating a fraud since the end of the civil rights era, pretending we want. But you are satisfied with the crumbs that our ancestors got. And we have not risen and gained nothing above that. We have not even accomplished what slaves have done fresh from the plantation. We should be embarrassed. I couldn't be no slave. The slave actually done better than you. I couldn't be no slave. Wouldn't make no slave. Ex-slaves and slaves actually accomplished more than we have. I remember Sister Rashida said she wished she was born during slavery because of this. It was a different atmosphere. You're spoiled. And you are more slave than our ancestors was. Facebook, Netflix, HBO Max, YouTube, video games, radio, television. You're comfortable. Ain't no white man, none of you believe a white man gonna knock open your door and rape your wife and string you up on a tree. You're not worried about that because our ancestors already done something about that. It can still happen, but it's not like what they was dealing with. But if you really know your black history or soul history, even though they were going through all these things, they were able to secure great accomplishments. 30-some towns in the country. Matter of fact, the most modernized towns in the United States was black. They had the first heating and electricity and air conditioning and all that type of stuff. Slaves, illiterate people, the majority, couldn't read and write. Little or no education. And the only thing we can do is put on a big show, and some of us make mockery of our ancestors. And you can't produce nothing. The reason why you have a rap contract, the reason why you have a basketball contract, and the reason why any of you can do anything that you do is because our ancestors paved the way. And you can't do nothing. You can't move it forward. You right there where they left us. You should be shamed, and we should be embarrassed. And I am shamed, and I am embarrassed, because this should be the greatest generation ever produced. Your arrogance, your selfishness has caused you to be in a state of what they call suspended animation. You talk a good game. That's all. But you can't really play a good game. You bark, but you don't bite. And then the little stuff that we do, we always got others who come out the woodworks to try to destroy the little that we do. Soul Liberation Day 2021, as expressed by our soul brother, the director of the Mississippi Initiative, our brother Maurice Muhammad. He called it a beautiful event. Have you shared that video? I have done the best I can, and just by me, I know the video, it does not have thousands of views, but it has a few. It's probably, I'm pretty sure it's over 1,000, 2,000, close to 3,000 views all together in the different places. And nobody except one person saw negativity in our gathering. Well, actually more than one person. They just quiet about it. Do you think that they liked Soul Liberation Day? The reason why you have those, it's only one person that I know of has something negative to say about Soul Liberation Day. But there are those who would like to talk about it, something negative, but they don't want to take the heat because there's nothing negative about people coming together. We was orderly. Everybody said what they had to say. There was nobody talking over one another. The whole event, the whole thing was great. The best Soul Liberation Day that we had. And with each Soul Liberation Day, which is our day for us as an individual, your holiday besides your birthday, in hopes that one day Soul Liberation Day will be celebrated as the day that we finally accomplished getting our liberation, relieving ourselves once and for all for oppression. That's our day. We can liberate ourselves from personal trauma, personal oppression, but it's another thing when you have to involve others who may be comfortable in their trauma. They may be comfortable in their oppression, so that we as a people can escape this incarceration once and for all. If it was up to me as an individual, we would be free. But it's not up to me. There are those, contrary to popular belief, I know, I have 10 years experience, I know that there are those who don't mind being locked up. I live with them. And there are many of you, you don't really mind as long as you get a good drink of water, as long as things are comfortable, it's all right with you. They told me, if we let you go today, what you gonna do? I'll worry about that once I get out. Just like they talk about, when people talk about separation from the white man, from the pink people. Well, where we gonna go? Where we gonna do? Where we gonna go? What we gonna do? I'll worry about that when I get free. I told these suckers, I don't care if I have to sleep in the ditch with the mosquitoes. I'd rather be free than being here with you. Because when I get out of here, I'll be sleeping with the mosquitoes and the tadpoles and the frogs. But I don't have to stay there. I have control of my destiny. The next time you look, I won't be there no more. I just want to get out of here. Now, if my potential, if that's all I can do, yeah, I might as well just stay locked up. At least I get 3 meals a day. What they say, hot and a cotton and stuff like that. So I might as well stay here with you. But I know my potential. I know who I am. And yeah, when I get out of here, I will be in the ditch with the mosquitoes and the stray dogs or whatever. But I'm not going to stay there. You don't have no faith in yourself. You don't see that in yourself. You have people who will go from New York to California. They don't have a dime in their pocket. That's what they do. Then you have people, I don't mind going from New York to California, but I gotta save some money. You know, I gotta save some money, and I gotta get my act together. I gotta have a certain amount of clothes and shoes and blah, blah, blah. See, because they're not comfortable in themselves. And they go with fear. Liberation is for the fearless. Liberation is for those who aren't scared of the unknown. So they come to us and ask us about the Mississippi campaign. How that gonna work? What you gonna do? How you gonna eat? Where we gonna get our money? That's from people who fear. We'll worry about that once we get there. There's a singer, I believe his name is Howard Hewitt. He was the lead singer of Shalimar. I believe that's what he done. I forgot exactly where he come from, but he knew he wanted to sing, and there was no opportunity to where he was at. And I think he had $70 in his pocket, and he decided, I'm going to go to California. My sweetie pie right here, in vogue, Terry Ellis. Hey, Terry. Terry Ellis took her rent money. She should have been paying rent. But she heard that there was an audition for singers in California. She lived in Texas. She took her rent money and went to California, because that's the place she want to be, like the Beverly Hillbilly thing. But Terry, what if it don't work out? Terry, what if it don't work out? You got to pay your rent. I will worry about that when I have to deal with it. Right now, there's an opportunity. I'm going to spend my money. I'm going to get mine. And you see where she's at. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to feel on Terry. You see where she's at. I'll worry about that later. That's the kind of attitude, that's the kind of mindset that we have to have if we want to be liberated. I'll worry about that when I have to. Got to let my deacons talk here. Our brother Maurice was here. And he made it very clear to you. Ain't no chump can do this. Ain't no weak-kneed Negro can do this. Now, do you believe that there are those who like to see me and Maurice together? There are those who do not want to see myself and Brother Maurice together. There are those who do not want to see myself and Brother Taalik together. There are those who do not want me and Sister Noble together. There are those who want us destroyed before we can even start. This is why I know that if there is a God, God has put us on the right path because we have all these forces before we can even sprout. They want to try to destroy us. So I know we're doing the right thing. I know that we're on the right path. There are those who do not want me to talk to Sonetta TV, which he's angry again. You know, I don't have no control over that. There are those who do not want me to speak with our brother D. Darrell, and there are those who don't want me to speak with, like I said, Maurice Muhammad, and there are those who may not want me to speak with Sister Noble, and the list goes on and on. How are you going to get out of your incarceration when you can't get along with no damn body? There are those who are actually upset because I offered that sister, Napar Shadar, an apology. That was not for her. That was for me. That was for my growth, my development. Because I have not received an apology from her. And she was the one that caused it because of her nasty behavior. But the apology is not for her. It's not for you. It's for my development. Because, see, somebody got to be the bigger person. A lot of times, when we are in arguments in certain situations, somebody got to be the big man and step back. Somebody got to be able to do the right thing. A lot of us are in the grave right now because we wanted to show how bad we was. Somebody step on your shoes or whatever, y'all get into an argument, and the only thing you have to do is step away. But no, you don't disrespect me. Do you know who my daddy is? Don't you know I'm God of the universe? And so now you God in the grave. Now you God with a toe tag in the morgue, because a lot of times the only thing we have to do is disengage foolishness so we don't have to die silly early in our life. And we talk about how the white man murder us, but because of silly conflicts like this, and Boondocks calls it a nigger moment. Nigger moments kill us more than these crazy, wacky, pink racist cops. The nigger moment. So myself and this sister, we having a nigger moment. And I became a nigger. But that don't mean I have to stay that way. So I listened to Brother Muhammad, and I listened to Sister Noble, and I even listened to myself. What is best for you is to apologize. It doesn't make no difference if you get an apology back, because it shows your character, where you stand, because you say you love. So I love her as my sister regardless. That's tiddlywink stuff. What did she really do? Nothing on a level to deserve hate and holding a grudge for years. So let me clean my conscience so I can move on and learn from that and get better. So now I'm stronger, I'm wiser than I was back then. Going, because now it's the future. What I was then, I am no longer, because I learned my lesson from back then. Some of you don't learn a damn thing from the past. That's why you keep doing the same damn thing over and over again. And you think that you're growing. You can't grow that way. So I reach out to Darrell. I know his reputation, but I'm willing to take my chances with my people because I have no choice. In order to liberate myself, liberate us, we have to unify ourselves. And when I talk to Darrell, I'm not only talking to him, I'm talking to all these other minds that's on the platform. I talk to Brother Sonetta. I'm not just talking to him. I'm talking to all these those who listen to the video. And you don't know who you're talking to. Let me get rid of this troll. Bye, troll. We're not doing it today. We're not doing that today. See, that's the reason why we can't move forward. And that could be a Caucasian person. That could be a Chinese person. Not necessarily a black person. They don't want us to be able to interact with each other so that we can get out of this situation once and for all. Could my deacons, could y'all handle that for me, please? The next one that shows up, get rid of them. Because we're not about that. We want to grow. Because it's more than about us being locked up. It's about what kind of attitude we're going to have once we get out. Because if we have this mindset that we have being locked up, if we're going to carry that once we get out, we're done. Mississippi will not be success with the current mindset that we have. And people expect you to fail anyway. And you will fail. Because we have a nigger mindset. Brother Muhammad says at the end of all his talks, you kill the nigger in you, I kill the nigger in me, and our God will reign supreme. You got to get rid of this attitude, this mind. You got to feel, I need you. She need me. I need her. We need each other. So you got to be willing to take the chance. Just because Darrell or Sonetta or whoever, just because maybe you had a bad experience, doesn't mean it will happen to me. And if it does, so be it. We got to try. You're not getting anywhere. Somebody got to be the bigger person. Somebody got to back off. So you don't want me to talk to Sonetta. You don't want me to talk to Darrell. You don't want me to talk to nobody. But at the same time, what do you do to help this mission? You give $5 every 6 months. Might not even do that. Why don't you get me on the platform of the people that you like? You don't do that either. So what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to sit here and just stifle myself to please you. No, that's not how it's going to work. I got to keep moving because there are 40 million plus out there that needs to hear this message. You don't want them to hear this message. There is 24 hours a day. I support the Mississippi campaign. I don't want you to talk to Sonetta. I don't want you to talk to D. Darrell. I don't want you to talk to nobody. We can do this ourselves. Okay, there's 24 hours in a day. Out of 24 hours, what do you do to help Angel Snuffing Up 7? What do you do to help the Mississippi campaign out of your 24-hour day, 7 days a week? I am sending emails. I sent an email. I have sent emails to the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. I sent email to the brother that wrote the book, Black Power Manifesto, The Devil Within, Charles Blow. Sent email to this young brother, 21 some years old, that's making some moves. King Randall and some other. I sent some emails to some other folks. I'm sending emails to different people. I'm doing different things to try to make contacts. And whenever I'm on Facebook, whenever I'm on YouTube, in the comment section, have you heard about Mississippi campaign? Won't you subscribe? Won't you check it out? You watch videos all the time. You don't mess with people. Tell them the Mississippi campaign is the way to go. Oh, that's bull crap. Come on with it. Bring it. Tell them to come on here. You don't do anything. You're not doing anything to help. You're not doing anything with your money. And you're not giving nothing of your time, but you want to send me email, you want to send me whatever and talk to me and tell me, don't do this here, don't do that there, but you're not giving me any help to get this off. It's been 3 years. Some of you have been here the whole 3 years since the creation of the Mississippi campaign. And the reason why the Mississippi campaign has done nothing is because you don't want to do nothing. You want me, you want Talib, you want Brother Omar, you want Maurice, you want a little handful of us to do the work. And you sit back and do nothing. But you want to tell me what the hell to do. Tell me who my friend and who ain't my friend. Like you're a slave master. I want to go, and I don't have to go. Sister Nova is already there. She's on Sonetta TV. She's in certain places. I don't have to go on Sonetta TV. Why do you want to go there? To spread this message. Mississippi campaign, #1 priority. As many people that will listen, I want them to know. You're not going to see me on these platforms arguing and debating folks. If that's how you feel, sir, so be it. I'm not going to be arguing and debating these people because that's not why I'm on these programs. I'm on these programs because somebody out there, it might only be one, that'll listen and want to help do the real work, which is Operation Exodus Mississippi, the real work, which is the Mississippi Initiative. You got two choices. You don't like one, you got another. There's no excuse. And then you do have another choice. Keep doing the same old loser stuff that you've been doing since the civil rights, the end of the civil rights era. You will never be free. So if you're not going to be liberated and you're not interested in that, the future is bleak. Extinction or going back on the slave plantation. As Dr. Claude Anderson always say, you will become a permanent underclass. Don't you know, and maybe you do know, ever since the creation of this Mississippi campaign, I've really been taking the heat. I mean, I've always taken a certain amount of heat. But this Mississippi campaign, folks really been hating and trying to destroy what we want to do here. because they know the soul train is where you need to get on. I got a troll that I haven't seen in about 2 years or 3 years. This troll that came out the woodworks and joined Alquan and the other suckers. There you go. This is a troll. Hey, see, the troll was listening to me. Now this troll here, this troll shows his face. I give him credit for that. He doesn't hide behind a picture. He shows his face. He says, because you are just talking and not doing anything. Which is a lie. We're promoting. We're trying to get people on board the train. You don't build, a bird does not build, do not lay an egg first. A bird builds a nest. Don't block him. Let him roll. I would like to have this little confab. A bird or any animal, before they bring their young, they build shelter first. A safe haven for their babies, for themselves. So, what does it look like for me moving to Mississippi and the mayor of Jackson and my contacts? These people aren't interested in what we want to do. If they're not interested, and they are the key, if the people of that state is not interested, what do it look like for me to actually move there, waste my resources and whatever? Look, I have relatives that live there. I come from Mississippi. It wouldn't take me nothing to move to Mississippi. I was born in Slater, Mississippi, right there at Greenwood, not too far from Memphis, Tennessee. And I lived in Jackson for 2 years in the 80s. No, the 90s. Not too far from Jackson State University, the campus. So to go to Mississippi, that wouldn't be no problem for me. That's not the point. That's not the point of the Mississippi campaign. The point of the Mississippi campaign is to inspire the residents there, to organize them politically so that we can take control of the government, so that we can be able to change the laws and the policies so it can benefit us. And if the people that's already there aren't interested, what do it look like for us to come from California or Illinois or Michigan? What do it look like for us to come there? It don't make any sense. It's a waste. If the people don't want to do that, if they're not interested, why should I? Like I tell you all the time, I'm not your savior. I'm not a messiah. I'm not a superhero. If you want to get down and let's take care of business, so be it. I'm there to help. Let's do this. If you don't, I'm like Tupac. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. But see, I want to tell this dirty business person, I'm not your enemy. I may not be your friend. I mean, I don't know you. I have no reason to hate you. I have no reason to dislike you. We have a right to challenge opinion. So you have that right. But a lot of times, and if you be honest with yourself, sometimes you get the name calling and the silly stuff start coming out. See, we have screen share. I know how to screen share now, and I can catch these comments. But it's so many of them, I'm not going to waste all my time screenshotting any idiot that got something bad to say about me. I'm not going to do that. You know what you did. I know what you did. Now, the good thing about, well, it's not a good thing, But the thing about being in the nut house is that your enemies record what you about. And if you are willing to send me $150, I will copy all that paperwork, the whole 10-year history. It's impossible for me to go in and change stuff and manipulate crap. It's too much garbage. $150, I have no problem with it. That's my private information. I don't give a damn. I have no secrets. I have nothing to hide. Give me $150. I'll copy all that stuff that my enemy wrote. And out of the whole 10 years that they talked about Angel Snuffing Up 7, you will never see them call me a liar. They call me mentally ill, and they call me other stuff, rebellious or whatever. They never call me a thief, and they do not call me a liar. These are my enemies. These people aren't my friends. They do not call me a liar. They do not call me a thief. When you are poor, and I am poor, you don't have too many things of value. So I value who I am, my reputation. I'm not a liar. I don't have no reason to lie. He said earlier in a statement that the reason why 100 of my channels was terminated because I was threatening people. I've never threatened nobody. When I took Google to court, Google accused me of hate speech, and the judge determined she didn't see no hate speech. I lost the case. But I guarantee you, even though it was a small case, Google is in no hurry to go back to court, because I learned a lot from that time. It's different this time. They don't want to go to court again. I guarantee you. Nobody wants to go to court. That's why most people will pay their traffic ticket, because they don't want to mess around and go back and forth to court. That's not something somebody, that's not something somebody enjoy, going to court. My channels was terminated because of the truth that I was saying. I wasn't talking about, the white man, the devil it is, and I hate the white people, and I hate homosexuals, and I wasn't doing all that nonsense. I didn't threaten nobody. There's no evidence. So that goes to show you, this little fella, I'm the threat, not the Nation of Islam. We're going to talk about Farrakhan in a minute here. Not the Moorish Science Temple, not the Comedics, not the Hebrew Israelites. They're not no threats. The Black Panther Party, ain't no threats. I'm the threat, because we have a plan here now. And if we implement that plan, we finally going to get free. Free to do what? You can't stay with the nigga mind. We can't be who we are right now. You won't be successful. So you might as well stay where you're at. And that's good that people reject the Mississippi campaign, because they're not ready. They have that nigga mind. And so they would be liberated just to oppress themselves. All that infighting and stuff will start, it'll destroy it before it can even get started. So we might as well stay right here. There's nobody who just cleaned up their floor wants you to walk on their clean floor with muddy shoes. If you don't take your happy ass, get out of here. So Mississippi will be clean. Mississippi will be pure. And here you come with your nasty, dirty shoe. Might as well stay where we are and be the slave, the comfortable slave, Pharaoh slave that we enjoy. And most of you enjoy being comfortable Pharaoh slaves. I want us to, because I'm getting ready to go into our main topic here. I just wanted to get that off my chest real quick. I want you to support our sister Omega Courtney and those who are in Atlanta. They are striving to create a worldwide Malcolm X Day. And if there's anybody that deserves that type of honor, it's our brother Malik El-Shabazz. I think that's how you say it. Brother Malcolm X. They want to claim May the 19th in Atlanta, 2857 Main Street. They want to be able to claim Malcolm X Day worldwide. So sign that petition. Go to change.org. Claim Malcolm X Day worldwide. Sign the petition. And let's just support. See, it's not even about, I don't really like Malcolm. It's not about what you like and what you don't like. You supporting, how does that hurt you? Minister Louis Farrakhan asked us to boycott Christmas. Why can't I boycott Christmas? That's not no problem. That don't hurt me. Oh, but I don't want to do it. I'm purposely going to go out and buy Christmas presents because I don't like Farrakhan because he said boycott Christmas. That's silly, stupid thinking. And I'm not going to do that. And of course, also support our sister Nova. If you haven't gotten it, get her book, God is on Trial. So many people jealous of the Post sister, calling Amazon. You plagiarized me. Sister Nova had the majority of this book, and I can bear witness. She had the majority of her book. It was under another title. The majority of this book was already done. Years ago. Because I believe her mother passed away in 2018, and the majority of that book was already done. But when her mother passed, of course, you go through the grieving process, and she didn't feel like messing with the book. She was grieving. And then she began to speak to me about the book, and I told her that would be good therapy to help you in the grieving process, to go back to that which you love, and she loves to write, and start, finish her book. And that's what she done. And we was just having a conversation, and I think she brought up God is on Trial, and I told her, I think, that's a good title, but I heard that title before in other places, but that's a perfect title for the book. But it's more than God is on Trial. How humanity exploited, us. She added the little extra. So it's more than just God on Trial. If you want to talk about it's God is on Trial, say the full title. That's a damn shame. I can't remember the whole title, but I do know God is on Trial. So get that if you haven't gotten it. So I hope nobody is offended. And like I'm telling Dirty Business, I'm not angry at you. I don't hold any grudges. I don't hold any grudges against Alquan. I don't hold any grudges against God in Hollywood. I just don't do that. It's a big picture here. And we need all the help we can get because the majority of the people are lost. We're supposed to know a little bit better than the average brother and sister out in the street. And look how crazy and insane we behave. I've listened to Dirty Business videos. A very intelligent person. But we can talk about difference of opinion. We don't have to make mockery of nobody. And I used to, Back in the day, I used to call him a toad frog. I used to call him a turtle. You know how silly we are. But see, back in the day, I really didn't mind getting involved in all these beefs and go back and forth. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I'm too old for that. I'll be 60 years old in a little while. I can't do it no more. I don't know how much time I have left. I would like to help you as much as possible before the graveyard call me home. So I don't want to offend nobody. And this is not about one particular person or whatever. This is a mindset. This is something that I had to deal with throughout the years. We got to do this work. The Mississippi campaign, like Brother Muhammad said, I have to keep quoting from Brother Muhammad, it's the only game in town. I welcome debate. You're not going to stand very long because the Mississippi campaign is the only game in town. I already know you'll get angry, start getting angry real fast and get all discombobulated and whatever, and you'll fall apart. It never fails. I don't mind debating. I told you, myself and Brother Muhammad, tag team. You get your partner, and we'll do it. You wasting your time. Now, I'm a bad boy by myself. But then when you combine me and Brother Muhammad together, y'all know you don't have nothing coming. And you heard how Brother Maurice talked a few days ago. You know you don't have nothing coming. You need to get rid of those chicken dinners and get with the winner. Again, nothing personal to nobody. I'm not directing this conversation to nobody. It's in general, because believe me, it's more than one particular person or whatever. If you support me, then do that. It's not about money. If you like Sonetta, then you need to tell them, even though Sonetta don't like me, why you don't have Angel Snupnut on there. Or Cynthia G, or Hassan Campbell, wherever all these people that you listen to, you tell them, get Angel on there. What you scared of? I'm not going to talk about my ministry. I'm talking about this Mississippi campaign. I'm not talking about debate you over religion. I would debate you over the solution, because these debates over religion and all this other nonsense that they're talking about, do women wear weaves? Should women wear weaves or not? I'm not involved in that type of foolishness because I want to get out of jail. That don't help me get out of jail. So it's not about money. Let's promote this program that we know can change our condition once and for all. Right now, I'm not talking about, oh, well, 15, 20 years, 30, 100 years. No, we can do this right now. Everything is in place. The only thing out of place is your mind, our mindset, our laziness. And you know, I'm not angry at you because I get comfortable too. But see, I want to get out of jail. And I always use myself as an example, because if I can do it for me, I know I can do it for us. The reason why I'm talking to you right now is because that's all I thought about 24 hours a day. I got to get out. I want out. I got to get out. I want out. I don't care what basketball playing on TV. I don't care, girl, you got a big booty and you keep passing by. Yeah, I'll take a little peek, but I got to get out. I got to get out. I got to get out. That's the mindset that you got to have. I got to get out of here. I got to get out. I want out. If you don't want to do it, push Angel Snub 7. Sinetta, you let that man on your program. Hassan Campbell, Cynthia G, Young Pharaoh, Sarah Sunsetti. What y'all scared of? What you scared of? Because they have no plan. They have no solution. But see, if you give the people a solution, it's going to take away Sinetta money. If you have a solution, it's going to take the money away from Sarah Sunsetti and Young Pharaoh if the people get a solution. And that's what it's all about. If the Nation of Islam embraced the Mississippi campaign, it's going to take their money away and their praise and all this stuff that they glorify. That's what the bottom line is about. So that means we have to do what we have to do because they don't control the people. We have to go out there and talk to the people ourselves without their influence so we can get this train on the tracks, choo, 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 and move to where we need to go and be free once and for all. Now, with that said, we're going to go into our main topic. I'm pretty sure many of you, that's what you've been waiting on for me to give my commentary because we like negativity. It's negative, but it needs to be talked. It needs to be spoken about. It really is not negative. It's the reality of the situation. It's not negative. Now, for those who are involved in that belief system and they don't want it challenged, they don't want nobody to, they want people to see themselves as the holy, righteous, don't never do nothing wrong type of people. Yeah, it hurts them, but we're going to deal with the reality. The same thing with me. I don't care. You can talk about me. But see, the difference between them and me is that I take your advice, I take your suggestion, I really think about it. And if I determine that you're right, it's going to make me stronger. It's going to make me better, even if I have to take down this whole channel. You bring me something and it sounds logical, it's within reason, I've analyzed it, I'm only interested in the truth. So if everything that I'm saying and doing on this channel is not good enough, I'll take it down myself. Google. You don't have to terminate the channel. Y'all don't have to false flag. Just bring me something better, something real. I'll take it all down. But you don't have it. And I know you don't have it, and you know you don't have it. And you don't want others to get it. So you want to go and slander my name, tell lies on me, false flag my channel. That's what you want to do. But see, if it was that easy, I wouldn't be talking to you right now because clearly there's an audience for Angel Snub 7. All the channels that you have destroyed, and I'm still here. Well, you don't get no views, you don't have no subscribers. I've never had views, I've never had subscribers. So what? Nothing has changed. I still have my 10 subscribers, my 10 views, but apparently there's something that makes you stick around where I am worthy of 100 channels being terminated. I'm worthy of you talking about me and I have nothing. So if you talk about me and I have nothing, what you gonna talk about when I get really, really strong? And you can see slowly but surely it's happening. A brother wrote the book, a Black Power manifesto, The Devil Within. And he basically bear witness to something we've been talking about for 3 years, about how we as a people need to concentrate on the South. And I believe Brother Talib is going to bring a review. He has the book, going to bring a review on the book. I don't have to read the book. There's also a possibility the reason why he wrote the book is because he saw one of our videos and they guiding him to his conclusions. We've been saying this for 3 years. So it's not nothing new. Goes to show you we are doing our ThX. We are on the right path. Thank you, Dirty Business, for joining us today. I appreciate it. And you're welcome to come in person and we can talk together, because I'm not your enemy. I know that you're not my enemy. And we can, the Mississippi campaign is flexible. You can take Nation of Islam and put it into the Mississippi campaign. You can take Kemetic, you can take whatever you got, all of it can go into the Mississippi campaign. It is important that all of us come under one umbrella, one direction, one goal, one vision, one plan. Boom. Next thing you know, we are truly free, because it's going to take more than me to get the job done. It's going to take us, the talent and the resources of the 40 million in order to change this condition. If you don't get the 40 million on board, you're not going to change nothing. So we need something that can inspire the 40 million to do what they need to do in order to gain their true liberation, freedom, and a more beautiful future for our future generations. With that said, let's go into our topic here, which is brainwashed Farrakhan believer. I think he shot somebody, an officer in the Capitol. Woo! Let's talk about that. So let me screen share. Let me screen share. And we're going to listen to this very short clip. Well, maybe I shouldn't screen share it because of a copyright violation. Forgot about that crap. Yeah, I'm not going to screen share. We're just going to listen to it. All this copyright. Everybody, that's mine. That's mine. That's copyright. You stealing my material. Ugh. It's really sickening. You know, if people was doing that and making money off of it, I could understand. But if you taking material and ain't nobody making money off of it, I don't see what's the big deal. You know, there's people that might not even be watching your video and they see that and they want to see more because of what somebody else done. And that's mine. Copyright violation. Or you could be like Alquan and some of these other suckers. That's mine. They just do it to hurt me out of malice, out of hate. That's why they do it. But they take my videos. I don't file copyright violations because in Hollywood, all publicity is good publicity. I don't trip off of it. More people know about me. And really that's good because you may not know it, but my subscribers slowly climbing. Operation X's Mississippi campaign, the subscribers slowly climbing. So you're not stopping anything. But that's what you want to do. Hey, let me play this video real quick.
Suspect identified as Louis Farrakhan follower, Noah Green. Sources have identified the suspect in a deadly capital attack as Noah Green, a 25-year-old from Indiana with ties to Virginia and the Nation of Islam. Green allegedly slammed his sedan into 2 police officers near the Capitol's North Barricade, the entrance where Congress members and their aides come and go. The attack killed U.S. Capitol Police Officer William Billy Evans and injured another officer, who was still hospitalized Friday evening in stable condition. Sources told Fox News it appeared to be a lone wolf attack and that the suspect identified himself as a Nation of Islam follower on Facebook who may have recently lost his job. A Facebook profile matching that description has been taken down by the social media giant, but Fox News reviewed a number of posts and images before that happened. Facebook said it was working with law enforcement and had taken down the profile under its dangerous individuals and organizations policy. And the recent profile photo appears to resemble the build and haircut of news camera video showing the suspect being loaded into an ambulance. The most recent post was a YouTube video of a 2009 Louis Farrakhan speech titled, "The Crucifixion of Michael Jackson." In it, the Nation of Islam leader said Jesus was not the Messiah and called Christian theology a lie. In one post from March 17th, Green Road complained of being unemployed and tough times amid the pandemic and said his religious beliefs were keeping him going. He also praised Farrakhan, an outspoken anti-Semite, as Jesus and former known leader Elijah Muhammad as the exalted Christ. My faith is one of the only things that has been able to carry me through these times, and my faith is centered on the belief of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan as Jesus, the Messiah, the final divine reminder in our midst, he wrote. I consider him my spiritual father. Other recent posts included videos of Farrakhan speeches and an image of certificate thanking him for a $1,085 donation to the Nation of Islam.
All right. I hope that you were able to hear that clear. Let's go over some of the things that have been reported by the media on this recent situation with this poor young man who drove to the Capitol and he crashed his car into the barricade and he killed one officer with his car and he injured another one. I believe the other one is in critical condition, not doing too well. And this young man was shot to death. He pulled a knife on the officers that was there and they shot him to death. Of course, the Nation of Islam would quickly say that he wasn't a member. He just was a believer in their organization, but he wasn't a member. And there are many who believe in Farrakhan and that religious dogma, but they're not a active member of the organization. That's true. Also, the Nation of Islam would say, of course, the usual. It's a government, plot, fiasco, something that the government, yeah. Tracy said, yeah, the FBI did it, that's the usual. And this is possible. This is possible. But there are certain realities that we must deal with because it's easy to blame the white man. It's easy to blame, it's easy to blame somebody if they are known to steal. It's easy. The first person that's going to get blamed is the one with the history of theft. Now, I'm not holy and righteous, y'all, but I'm sort of guilty. Back in the day, I used to steal, but I didn't have a reputation of stealing. And I forgot what it was, but something was missing, and it was me, and they blamed somebody else who had a reputation of stealing, doing wrong crap. But it was me all the time. I didn't have I put on a show like I'm Mr. Goody Two Shoe. And I'm not going to lie to you, I was stealing these people blind. So that's what I was doing. But that's how I was getting over. And the guy that they were suspecting, he wasn't stealing, but he had that type of reputation and he had that background. So it's easy to blame the FBI, CIA, because they have the reputation and they are guilty. COINTELPRO and all that stuff, they are guilty, but that does not mean they shot Malcolm X. Does not mean that. It's easy to blame, pass buck to the government. But see, there are behaviors and there's a mindset within the Nation of Islam that you cannot ignore that should raise what they call a red flag to let you know that there's a big possibility that they done it. And in this situation with Malcolm X, they done it. There's no doubt in my mind. They done it. There's nobody in their right mind is going to sit around and confess that they committed murder because they don't want to go to prison. They don't want to go to jail. So Minister Farrakhan is not going to sit around and be dumb enough to tell you, yeah, I knew about the plan and all. He's not going to tell you that. But when you listen to his words and his actions, there's no doubt this man had such a hatred. Then 20-some years after Malcolm was dead, the man come out of nowhere and start tearing the brother down. And he's in the grave. Steady tearing Malcolm down. Because he's jealous. He's envious. If there was no Malcolm X, you wouldn't have a Farrakhan. So stop talking about Farrakhan greater than Malcolm. Farrakhan talking about he greater than Malcolm. If it was not for Malcolm, there would be no Muhammad Ali. There would be no Khalid Muhammad. There would be none of these persons. There would be no Farrakhan. They made mockery of Elijah Muhammad. They didn't want to hear him. I want to come to you today and bring this message that Allah has come to you today to bring you this truth of the tribe of Shabazz and the mother plane. You ain't gonna want to listen to him talking like that. Farrakhan said himself when he first heard Elijah Muhammad and he had a reefer in his hat. This man came and talked, you know. They all build their persona on Malcolm. All of them. And Farrakhan, sometimes when you catch him in a good mood, he would tell you that. Malcolm put the Nation of Islam on the map. That's a fact. Sister Betty said, when Malcolm joined the Nation of Islam, it basically was an old folks' home. Malcolm, because of his energy, his sincerity, he's the one that raised that nation to where it was and international. You cannot talk about the Nation of Islam without talking about Malcolm X. There are those who do it, but you really can't do it. Malcolm X got a strong 12-year history in the Nation of Islam. When Master Farrakhan Muhammad was here, he didn't raise the nation to where Malcolm put it. And then, of course, when Elijah Muhammad took control, he didn't do it either. It was Malcolm. Give the man his credit. So we have Noah Green. May he rest in peace. I don't know what happened, what was going on in his mind. I don't know. He was 25 years old. And the young man was a good football player. and he was a college graduate, I believe. He went to college and he majored in finance. What's incredible about religious dogmatism, belief. Now, when Noah went to college, he didn't go to college to study belief. The reality of finance is not based on belief. When you go get your master's degree, your doctor's degree, and all that, unless you went to the school of theology, you know, some crap like that, your degree is based upon facts, the facts of that discipline. But then you have a college dropout like Louis Farrakhan and a grade school dropout like Elijah Muhammad. They can come to you and you are actually impressed by their bull doodle, this belief garbage that they give you. You would think that all your years dedicated to facts and figures and the reality of your discipline, you would think that you would not be interested in religious garbage. But all over the world, you have people who are scientists, people who have their doctorates, people who are very intelligent, yet they fall victim to religious bull doo-doo. And this young man, with all his education, he's impressed by the fairy tales and the mythology and the religious garbage from the mouth of Louis Farrakhan. Farrakhan, you must give him credit. Farrakhan was able to take Nation of Islam teaching and blend it into Christianity, which when I was under his leadership, I really thought that was a good thing because it would help. I thought it would help unite us, bring us together, because, you know, an understanding of these faiths. Then, of course, later on, he would add Scientology to put the frosting on the cake. And what has this done for us? Nothing. It has done nothing. The brother lost his job. So I don't think that he was an actual member of the Nation of Islam. It don't sound like it. It just sounds like he was somebody on the outside looking in. I don't think that, it don't sound like he was an actual member. But even if he was, they wouldn't help him. They don't give a damn about nobody except themselves. I've told you before, here I am, 18, 19 years old. I'm fresh out of high school, never really had a job in my life. And these people didn't care I was sleeping on pickle barrels. Nobody helped me. There was a sister, I don't see her channel anymore. She stopped talking, but she has a connection, relatives, and she was part of the Nation of Islam. And she was told by her relatives that Farrakhan said, do not help none of the members. He is not a charitable organization. He is not a welfare office. So you're getting all these millions and millions of dollars from your people, and you don't even want your people to help themselves, your own believers, your own followers. Can't you see something is wrong? I know they didn't give nothing to me. I tell you what he done. I went to the minister of my temple, And I asked them, I sell bean pies, I sell eggs, I do the work that you expect me to do around here. I told them, I'm a young man. I think it would be more beneficial if you would help me to get into college. And they basically just looked at me. They never did give me an answer about supporting me going to college. They never gave me an answer. At the same time, a few weeks later, Minister Farrakhan brought up all these other people on the rostrum and told them they was getting scholarships to go to college. On Nation of Islam is giving them scholarships. Here I am working my butt off. They didn't give me nothing. The only thing they did for me is take. And I started noticing that. You ain't gonna take from me like that. See, I'm serious about my money. I didn't mind selling the newspapers. I didn't mind cutting the grass or whatever. I gave him little money. I would buy our products, fish sandwiches and the dinners and whatever, you know, the books or whatever, but you ain't getting my money. I give you money, you gonna give me something in return. You gonna give me a fish sandwich, a book or something. I'm not gonna give you your money. So Farrakhan can live high on the hog. And so here's a believer. I don't know if he reached out to them or not, but they wouldn't do nothing for him. I mean, maybe and maybe not. I'm gonna be truthful about that. But these people are greedy because they want to show you their success so they can reel you in to their crazy ass belief. So they got to hold on to every little penny and dime and dollar. They got to put Farrakhan on this pedestal. They got to put Farrakhan on his pedestal so that he looks, so he represents them like that's how all these people are living. No, no, no. There are a lot of brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam. They are just like you and me. They might been under his leadership for decades, and they still need food stamps. They still need their EBT card. They still need that stimulus check. And if they complain about it, don't you have the teachings? Don't you have the teachings? I'm helping all these people do is giving all their money and stuff to Farrakhan. They're not even investing in themselves like that. And then you, the leader, you're supposed to show people what to do. Hell, if you're not going to be the leader, what the hell am I following you for? That's why I'm here. Because you tell me that you got the answer. You have the supreme wisdom. All thing you're going to do is tell me about some Bible verses, some Quran verses, and all this Hadith religious garbage. Yeah, but you're supposed to also show me the other stuff. You said, talk about do for self. You're supposed to show me how to do for myself because I don't know how. If I got to figure all this stuff out myself, I'm responsible for it because these books do not teach you how to do for self. All they teach you is a bunch of religious stuff, how to eat to live, don't eat no pork, stuff like that. How do that help me to pay my bills? How do that help me to do my business? There's no business lesson in none of these books that you're giving me. They blame you because they failed, because they lied to you. It's false advertising that they're supposed to show you how to do for self. And contrary to popular belief, brothers and sisters, we've been doing for self ever since we came off the plantation, actually before, because there was free soul brothers and sisters also. All of us wasn't on a slave plantation, and they was doing for themselves. So this concept that the Nation of Islam or even Marcus Garvey, whoever, we got to do for self, we always been doing for self. That's not nothing new. That might be your little slogan. That ain't nothing new. We didn't have no choice. Wasn't gonna get no help from the Peckerwood. The Peckerwood was taking all that he could from us. So this brother, he's 25 years old. And his mind is consumed with this nonsense, this fantasy, fictional world. He doesn't believe Louis Farrakhan is going to die. Farrakhan is not going to die. He's just going to go and get on the mother plane and meet Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad is the Christ, which Elijah Muhammad did not teach that. It's confusing because I only seen on one occasion where Elijah Muhammad called himself the Christ, but the majority of the time that I read and heard, he referred to himself as the future Prophet Muhammad. He never referred to himself as some Jesus. In fact, Elijah Muhammad said he was above prophets. He was the messenger. And a messenger is above prophets. See, the whole thing is all, don't ask me no questions about it because it's confusing. And then you have Farrakhan, because he's been speaking against Jews for a long time, which is not the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad did not sit around and the Jews do this and the Jews do that. That's what Farrakhan decided to do. And now, because he speak out and the Jews talk about him, I'm Jesus Christ. See how they do me? Well, how come your ass ain't crucified? How come your ass ain't dead, sir? Because that's what they did to Jesus Christ. They strung him up. Well, they didn't strung him up, put him on a tree and killed him. How come your happy ass is still alive? You even have prostate cancer and still running around here. But you Jesus, the real Jesus. And Jesus ain't here. He came back to life, but his happy ass is not here now. They waiting on his return. Your ass ain't never died. The only thing these people ever done was talk about you. There has never been no assassination attempts. That's a damn lie. They don't have no proof that somebody tried to kill this man. He's not a threat, never been a threat. Now, back in the early 80s, it's a possibility. But they saw what I couldn't see. This man ain't about nothing. He ain't no damn threat. He's an entertainer. His nickname used to be the Charmer. And that's what he has done to all of you. He's charming. He even charmed the white folks back in the day. And he played his violin for the Jews that he said he got a problem with. And he got his ugly, ragged ass face on Fox News and CBNC, wherever they put him. And they talk about Malcolm. Oh, Malcolm used the white man's television. What Farrakhan been doing for the last 40 years? Any chance Farrakhan get on the white man's media, his happy ass is there. And Elijah Muhammad done it too. Elijah Muhammad got on TV, the white man's TV. Every chance that he got. They gonna turn around. Malcolm, he went to the white man's media. And these suckers that flag my channel and report Sister Noble's book to Amazon, who do they run to? The white man. See, these people are such hypocrites. All that blackity black stuff. Angel is in violation of copyright infringement. Who you telling that to? The white man. Sister Noble book, she plagiarized my work. Who you running to? The white man. And they'll call the police too, if necessary. Fake ass, blackity black, Pan-African, make me sick to the stomach. Fake ass folks. Not all of them. But look at this poor brother. I got my sister Deity on board here. I'm glad she came to join me. We're going to get her take on this subject or whatever our sister want to talk about, because I loves the women. And I'm almost done here. See, that religious stuff make you crazy. Now, I'm going to tell you about me that I never really talked about. I kept it to myself. Nobody really know I never talked about it until now. It was the 80s. And Ronald Reagan was president. And I was fired up. See, I was real about mine. See, all this blackity black, pro-black, they're not real about, you know, I'm real. I was real about mine. Now, you think that you hate the white man. In the early 80s, the way I talk and the way I carry myself now, you wouldn't believe it. I hated white folks. I mean, they made me sick to the stomach. I began to learn the atrocities and the lynchings and the amputations, the castrations and all the hell they gave us as a people. It made me mad. I wanted revenge now. They got to pay now. And I was fired up with this Nation of Islam teaching. You just don't know how much I hated white folks. You hear these other pro-black brothers talk, that ain't nothing compared to what I was. And I'm ready to take action. I'm not just running my mouth. I'm ready to hurt them like they hurt us. And I weighed a buck and a half. I think I was like 135 pounds, little skinny dude. Dude, I hate that word, dude. I was a little skinny fella. But I decided to make a plan. And the first thing I did, I actually wrote a threatening letter to President Reagan. And I put it in the mailbox. And I was making my plans, how I'm going to go to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to kill the president. That was my plan. I'm killing this Peckerwood's president. I started to keep all that to myself and act like a lone wolf, but the brothers act like they so bad and tough, whatever. I was wondering if somebody would join me. The more, the merrier. So I reached out to a brother that was close to me, Brother Dale. And I told Brother Dale, and Brother Dale's eyes lit all up. He was like, brother, no, what are you thinking about? And he talked me down. And I told him it was really too late. I had already wrote the threatening letter and put it in the mailbox. He said, no, brother, where the mailbox at? Because you know how they make mailboxes. Once you put that letter in, the way they got it designed, you can't, you know, that brother got to that mailbox. And I don't know how he did it. He got my letter out that mailbox. He said, brother, do you understand you go to prison? I didn't care. This is war. But see, that goes to show you. And I was 19, 20 years old, I believe. Probably 19. This brother was 25. The people that killed Malcolm X was in their 20s. Young and stupid. Our heads filled up with all this stuff. And you see what it drove that brother to do. College graduate in finance. But his mind filled with all this stuff in his head. And he probably wanted to kill those officers on purpose. Not just wanted to run into the barricade, he wanted to kill them. Because your mind filled up. Look how crazy he is. He lost his job. But it was reported that he gave $1,085 to the Nation of Islam. Now, if you're having financial problems, why would you give 1,085. He must have got his stimulus check or something and gave the majority of it to the nation of Islam. And they don't give a damn about you, brother. Here I am. I gave 9 years of my life to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I'm a veteran. You could say I'm a veteran. This man, this organization, don't even reply to a letter I wrote. Let alone if it gets to Minister Farrakhan or not. They got the letter because I know because they signed for it. Certified mail return receipt. Whenever you want to do something important, use certified letter return receipt. Somebody got to sign for it. I know they got it. Because somebody, some Muhammad, signed for the letter. No reply. I would say not only did they get my letter, they saw the video. I was talking about the Mississippi campaign. Nah, they ain't interested. The least you can do, if I write Sister Deity a letter, if I wrote you a letter, the least you can do is reply, go to hell, I'm not interested. They don't reply at all. I will say this in my conclusion. Fake fraud people. Of course, the FBI done it. The FBI done it. Let me say this in my conclusion. I believe it was Mike Wallace. He asked Malcolm how he felt. Did he feel as though his life might be in jeopardy? And Malcolm said, we're having some kind of technical difficulties, so bear with us. So I will repeat what I was saying because I saw technical difficulties on my side. I don't know, maybe everything was still all right. It was a interview with Mike Wallace, I believe. And Mike asked him, do you believe that your life is in jeopardy? And Malcolm X said, sure, I'm probably a dead man already. See, I love Malcolm. Here's Malcolm right here. Where's Malcolm? Right there. There's Malcolm. Malcolm was not perfect, but Malcolm's head was full of doo-doo too, all screwed up. And he looks at Elijah Muhammad more than a man. Many people look at Farrakhan, Umar Johnson, young Pharaoh. Some of y'all might even look at me more than a man, some kind of special divine. Look, let me tell you something. Don't look at me as special and divine, because if you ever went to the bathroom after me, you'd be like, woo, ain't nothing divine about that. That goes to show you I'm just as human as you are. Ooh, brother. Ooh. Woo. We need to call on God. Woo, brother. Woo. You done let your soul out, ain't you? But they look at us, they look at these people beyond the flesh, like they better than you. Don't let nobody, and don't you let nobody, or in your mind, ain't nobody better than you. I don't give a damn how special and divine or what kind of talent they got. Don't let nobody convince you that somebody else is better than you. No, and I don't even do that here. I even made a video, I'm gonna see if I can find it, and I'll repost it. And I was talking about my lady friends here in Vogue. You ain't better than me. I like you. But don't pump your chest all up and think because you're a famous singer, you think you're better than me. No, you're not. You can kick rocks, go suck an egg. You ain't better than me. Don't let nobody. And don't you ever believe and put somebody on a higher plane than you are. I don't give a damn if you don't have an education. I don't give a damn if you're homeless on the street. I don't give a damn where you find yourself. Ain't nobody better than you. The hell with them. So nobody worship Angel Snuffed Up 7 because I'm not going to let you. I'll let you put me in that position because nobody, I'm not better than you. We're equal. And I'm not going to accept nothing. But Malcolm's head was all messed up with that religious garbage. And he taught the FOI things that's not part of the teaching. When you violate any of the Nation of Islam's morality policies, you simply get ostracized. 10 days, 30 days, 2 years, maybe forever, is according to what the offense is. Malcolm was teaching the brothers to kick people's ass. If you was a brother and you beat up on your wife, far as Malcolm was concerned, you don't get thrown out the nation. We just gonna kick your ass. And they'll take you somewhere and whoop the hell out of you. That's what Malcolm was teaching the brothers, teaching them violence against themselves. So he knew, and Malcolm even said himself, if somebody was talking about, back in the day, if somebody was talking about Elijah the way I have, I would kill them. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? This is coming out of Malcolm's mouth because he understood his mindset at that time. He said, I would do the same thing unless you can prove it. And sometimes, even if you prove it, don't make no difference. You shouldn't be talking about the messenger. I'm blowing your brains out because they put these people on these pedestals and they can do no wrong. Everybody can do no wrong. Ain't nobody perfect. But young Pharaoh can do no wrong. Sarah Sunseti, Sanetta, all these people that they get involved and they praise them like they gods or something. They can't never do no wrong. And they will kill you over them. You don't believe in Jesus, they will kill you over that. You don't believe in Allah or Yahweh, bin Yahweh, or whatever the hell it is, they will kill you. A cult mentality, cult mindset. This brother gonna give his money away, having financial problems, because he thinks that there's some kind of great blessing he's gonna get from God, and he said that his faith is helping him to endure, but clearly it didn't, where he became suicidal. This is why you should reject religion. This is why you should reject spirituality. This is why you should reject all these newfangled pro-blackness, pan-African type ideologies. These things will drive you insane. And that's why I have the majority of the trolls coming after me and Sister Nova. They have that mindset. They have gone insane because they have this mindset that comes from this stuff. And the new thing is this aboriginal crap, which ain't no different. They just as crazy as the Pan-African and the Pan-Africans and the pro-blackness, whatever. They just, all of them wacky because they turn the struggle into a religion. Liberation and revolution is not a religion, but they've turned it into a form of religion. You got to believe this way. You got to believe that way. No, those things stop revolution. Those things stop liberation. And that's why your happy ass is still right here with the cracker boy, unable to free yourself and gain true freedom, justice, and equality. Those things divide. They make you crazy, hate, feel for no damn reason against your own. You use the energy against yourself instead of your oppressor. They spend time watching me 24 hours a day when they could be doing the work that they claim that is better than what I have to offer. Do your work. Because clearly you're not doing that too much work if you have time to watch what I do and what I say. May that brother rest in peace. And I do what I do because I would hope to prevent future tragedies like that. And those who, our brother Maurice is in the house. If you want to come join the panel, brother Maurice, you can. I can put the link in the chat room. If you want to, because I know you're busy out there. But I put it if you want to come and join us. That's what I would hope to prevent. Now, some of us can maintain our sanity within these belief systems and ideologies, but so many of us, it makes us dingy. And I was dingy. I told you what I wanted to do when I was 19 years old. I wanted to kill the president. Crazy, you're crazy, Negro. Silly. I didn't care. The white man gonna pay. I'm gonna pass the mic to our sister Deity. Sister Deity.
Hey, what's up? I'm sitting here eating me a salad. Listen. I wanted to do the live with you about the relationships with black men and women.
Yeah, we can get together. I don't know. We're supposed to do Derail tomorrow. If you want to do it late on tonight.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, we can. So what happened with so somebody committed suicide?
Yeah, it was a brother, Noah Green, and he ran his car into the barricade at the U.S. Capitol, and he killed a guard. He killed one of the guards, and another guard is in critical condition, I believe. And he took out a knife. After he did that, he got out of his car and pulled a knife on him, and they shot him to death. And he's I don't think that he's a member of the Nation of Islam, but he has been influenced. He's been influenced by Louis Farrakhan teachings.
Oh, did he say that, or was that on his social media?
Yes, yeah, it was on his social media. You know, when somebody do something like that, if you have social media, Facebook and YouTube, they start taking your crap down. But before they took it down, Fox News and whatever, they got screenshots, and it said Noah Green, believer in Farrakhan, or something, Farrakhan believer, or something like that. But it don't sound but it don't sound like he was an actual member, of the organization.
Right. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. That's wow. That's really wild.
But like I told the audience, I'm familiar because I know what that type of, teaching can do to your head. Because when I was 19 years old, I never told nobody. I actually kept it to myself. I wanted to kill President Reagan. I had wrote a threatening letter, and I was planning planning how I'm gonna go, and I had extreme hatred for white folks when I was 19 years old. I'm gonna make them pay. And the best thing I could do, I could kill the president.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. You don't have a hatred for white folks no more?
No, I don't have a hatred for white people like that.
Okay, so what is your emotion towards them? Or is there any?
I just really don't have any. I don't have no emotion like that. But if you get in my way, we got a problem.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah.
No, the reason why I ask is because I know that you oftentimes talk about how black people haven't liberated themselves. And I think that a lot of black people don't liberate themselves because they don't have a hatred for their oppression. They've become docile and they've become complacent because they've become to an extent hopeless. So when you don't have a healthy or a natural disdain towards the people that oppress you, then you won't do anything, or you'll become bitter towards your own people.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like this. I take in consideration both sides of the coin, because we already know that side of the coin. You know, slavery, Jim Crow, the Black Codes. We know about that. And it's good that we teach our children about that. They need to know about that. They need to know much about that as possible. But at the same time, this is not 1930. This is not 1830. We are in a different situation here. You have lots of money. You have lots of different types of opportunity. You have lots of things. It's to the point where, damn, how long you gonna keep blaming the white man? I mean, it's not like he's actually active, really trying to stop you from doing something. You are stopping yourself more than any type of activity that he's doing.
Yeah, I think that the oppression, it changes over time. I think that it gets more savvy, and of course it has to upgrade its way, right? So whereas before it was chains, being locked, you know, in that, then after that it was not being able to get jobs and financial stability. And now it's not so much about not being able to have financial stability, but being locked and not having access to certain things systematically. Like if a person wants to get a loan, or even if you have money, you live in a certain area, you get harassed, or just simply being harassed because of your race. It has really nothing to do with your finances. So the oppression has to upgrade over time. It can't stay the same, because if it did, then people would start revolting. And so when things change, you have Black people who, I don't want to say are docile, but they don't really understand their enemy. They don't understand the opposition. They believe that they've upgraded or that they have access to things, when in reality, anytime you're given something that appears to be good, there's going to be something else that's taken. And so that's the reason why you see publicly a lot of killings of Black people, because now Black people have more access to things, and they're going to make sure that if you have access to things, don't ever forget your place.
Mm-hmm. And so you dropped. I don't want to hear that stuff that woman is talking about. Drop her. Is she back? She's back.
Did my camera come on?
No.
Okay. And so what ends up happening is that when it says, biblically speaking, and I know that you refer to the Bible's quotes at times, so I'm going to do it too. Oppression maketh a wise man angry. So, you know, just because you have access to more tangible, glittery bullshit does not mean that you're free, or that you're in a good place. I think that's a way for people who don't want to fight back, or who've given up, or who have gained a lack of, because what ends up happening is what the system is very smart at doing is they'll make you turn on yourself. So, I mean, having a healthy, rational way of viewing how the system has you turn against yourself is very, very important. And I mean, these organizations and these groups are made because a lot of them are in business, 501(c)(3)s. They're in business with the government. So if they're not doing anything, and you know, over time, it's going to make a person who got into it hoping that something was going to be done, it'll make them angry, and eventually it'll turn you against the overall goal. So white people are very savvy with their what they got going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I think that it would be natural to have a certain level of anger. Mm-hmm. It's natural to have a natural disdain towards your oppressor. because or the people that's oppressing you or the system that you're in, because we're essentially captives. We're not free in this system. You're not free in this system. This is not your system. Now, if you want to say just, go along and get along, stay in your house, stay in your little area, in your little ghettos or your little hoods or whatever it is that you were in, your little suburbs, and never have to face the system, then you're not moving, you're not experiencing the world. But if you travel and you move around, you will see where regardless of whatever it is that you believe you have, you're still in a system that is designed and meant to oppress you. And unless you're okay with being oppressed, or you become the oppressor, because that's what ends up happening to Black people. Either you become oppressed and you're complacent with that, or you try to mimic your oppressor. So, I mean, those are the two mindsets that end up happening to a Black person that eventually gets broken. So, I just hope that I don't ever get to that place of not seeing the truth or being disillusioned. That's why I don't put my faith in man, because I know that a human being can easily turn. I mean, that's just what it is. So I don't hold anybody against what their natural ability to do is, which is to flip, flop, change their mind. I mean, that's just what it is. So, I don't have a disdain towards any group or organization. Anybody who chooses to get into those types of things need to check themselves. It's just like if you get into an abusive relationship. I mean, if you stayed in a situation, that's something that you would need to check yourself for. To an extent, you can blame the person that's abusing you, but if you're allowing the abuse to happen, then there's something there's something wrong with you. The problem at some point has to be the individual. And so that's just how I view things. I mean, race is going to always be what it is. It's going to always be a factor, because no two different groups of species are supposed to be mixed in an environment in one system. That's just not supposed to happen. Somebody has to be at the top. And if Black people were at the top, these other races of people wouldn't be able to thrive, because we are the strongest and most dominant race. But it's just sad that some people, even people who fight against the system, become oppressed by the system, and they don't see, for whatever reason or another, they get broken and they turn on themselves, like I said earlier.
Okay. I would say this. I still have a great anger, but the way I look at how to deal with things is different. I still carry that same fire. But I see I see that there's a different way, a more wise way. Now, like I told the audience many times, y'all want to get down. I don't have no problem with that either. So the fire is still there. I don't have no problem with that. But if we want to do things more civil, if we want to do things more wise, and try to avoid, senseless life being lost, then we can find a different avenue, a more slick way, outfox the fox type attitude. And that's why I say that the best plan to do that is what we call the Mississippi campaign. And there is no excuse why that campaign should be rejected, because you have two different choices. I represent one side of the coin, and we have our soul brother, Maurice Muhammad, which represents another side.
Right, but let me say this though.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off, but I guess right now we're just dialoguing back and forth.
Well, you did. Not to cut you off, but you did.
I know. It's all good though. That's a contradiction. Y'all don't hold me on to that. Don't hold that against me. But I will say this. With the Mississippi campaign, I know that you and I have talked behind the scenes in regards to how Black people have lost their or if they've ever had a will or a desire to own whatever it is that they need to own, so that they're no longer oppressed or up under somebody else's supremacy, so to speak. But in the same breath, though, Angel, you go against the idea of Blackness and sticking for Blackness, and there's somewhat of an integrated or an emotional integrated desire to receive help from other nations while knocking your own. And I mean, these things can all be worded in a different way so that the message could come out different to the people that you're trying to push towards. But it wouldn't, it's almost like, in a sense, if you're pushing something no different than what they're pushing when you say fuck the pro-blackness and all of that, why would they want to join a campaign if there's no real direction as to what the campaign is for? Is it for Black people? Because if it's not for Black people and it's for all people who of different races, then those who are for Blackness will naturally be repelled by it because it's not specifically speaking towards that demographic. So it wouldn't be that they're against Blackness and they're not for Blackness if your message is not for Blackness. If anybody can join the campaign, then this is for anybody, which means that the I guess the rage or the frustration that you express should not just be towards Black people. It should be towards anyone who rejects your idea. Again, because there's no clear, definitive point to say, well, this is for Black people to get liberated. If everybody or anybody can join, and if the onus is strictly on Black people, yet and still anybody can benefit. So that means that to an extent, it sounds like you're asking the Blacks to help get something built, and then other people of other races could come in and still benefit off of the Black oppression. And so, I mean, not to say that that may be your message, that may not be your message at all. But that's how it comes across. So naturally, people would turn away from something that is not in concrete or definitively for them, especially if they are of a Black first mindset. So again, they wouldn't be for the Mississippi campaign, because that's not what the Mississippi campaign is not promoting freedom of Black people. It's promoting freedom of all people, but you can't be free with your enemy. And that's just how it goes.
Okay, first of all, it's very clear that the Mississippi campaign is about the descendants of slaves born in America, soul brothers and sisters, Black Americans. It's very clear. There's nowhere somebody need to mute yourself.
Oh, okay.
You got a lot of noise going on. Okay, that's better. Thank you. It's very clear that the Mississippi campaign is about brothers and sisters, soul brothers and sisters. That's what it's about. Now, you live in America, and you're going to have to deal with America. That's just how it is. Brother Muhammad, on a video, he was talking about Mississippi, and he has to deal with some peckerwoods down there where he lives, in Coldwater, Mississippi. This is America. You're going to have to deal with the people. This is America. You're not somewhere in some jungle in Africa or in Arabia somewhere in some desert. This is America. So we're going to have to deal with America. And see, it's not about the hate of other people. It's not about whether they benefit or don't benefit. It's about putting yourself in a better position. And if putting yourself in a better position is helping them, so be it. Which is a good thing. Which means they would help you to be successful in that endeavor. Why wouldn't the Caucasian people or any other citizen of that nation, why would they not want you to be successful when they see what you're trying to do, as our soul brother Maurice Muhammad explained a few days ago in our conversation? Because it's a Black first is a benefit to them when they understand. It's not a detriment, it's a benefit. It's like the Civil Rights Bill. The Civil Rights Bill was supposed to be designed for Black folks. It don't make no difference where you are in life, whether you're rich or poor or whatever. It has nothing to do with religion. Has nothing to do with your personal wants. It's about simply, at this time, to put yourself in a better position so that you are able, in the future, able to put yourself in these different places where you can strive to be an independent nation, or if you want to organize yourself to exodus and separate from your enemies once and for all. And there's nothing wrong with an alliance. Brother Malcolm X, that's what he was doing during the short period of time he was trying to organize himself. He went across overseas, gaining allies. And that makes me sick when I hear people talk about all we have is us. Us ain't good enough. Here you are, you live in the United States of America with the greatest military on the planet. And America has a lot of allies, associates. Even going back to the Revolutionary War, do you know they didn't have a chance in hell to win the Revolutionary War without the help of France? They sent Benjamin Franklin to France and they negotiated a deal. And they negotiated a deal so that France, because remember, George Washington and the boys did not have a navy. It was the French Navy that helped them fight on the seas against England. They had to have that alliance. And the sad thing about it, America turned their backs on France and they got into it. You know, it's just all messed up, you know, trying to help somebody. The reason why you have Cuba, Fidel Castro is a prime example. Fidel Castro is a little tiny island, but Fidel Castro had an alliance, still have an alliance with with Russia, and he also had an alliance with South America. That's why it was very difficult for America to mess with Cuba, because if they mess with Cuba, they're going to have to mess with Russia, and they're going to have to mess with places, you know, those people, the powers that be in South America. Messing with Cuba could have took this nation into World War III when Kennedy launched what they called the Bay of Pigs and went through all that crazy stuff. See, you have to be careful, and Cuba is not a big place, but they had big friends. Brother Maurice says, it's to Mississippi plans, black first, pro-black, only comes with black first, Mississippi initiative. Sister, you should be with us. See, you don't understand where I'm coming from. The Mississippi campaign has two alternative options. You can't understand or comprehend where I'm coming from. Well, Brother Maurice is more on your speed. But the thing about it is, a lot of you not going to do nothing. That's the thing. You're not going to go, you don't want to support me or him. You don't want to do nothing. You just want to be out here and complain. You don't want to take no action to do nothing at all. And that's the reality of it. You're always going to find something wrong with whatever somebody said out here. And a lot of us not even trying, because it goes back to our original topic about this brother. See, your mind, when we cloud our minds up with certain mindset, your mind is not open to certain thinking. You're rigid in your thinking. You're not flexible. So somebody who is flexible in the mind, it's hard to comprehend where they're coming from when they're moving in a more wise type manner, have a different understanding of way of doing things. But in this case, since you can't, we have Brother Maurice. Something different. Maybe we can understand things better that way. So the Mississippi campaign is fluid in that. But this campaign is for us. It's to put us in a better position. There's nothing I ever said in no video talking about, well, I want this to benefit all. Please show me the video where I said our actions is to benefit all. I'm not out here for all. I don't care about no all. This is
I mean, but you speak against being for blackness all in the same breath. It's a contradiction. You speak against blackness and then you speak positively.
No. I don't speak against blackness. Why should I speak against that? I don't need nobody to tell me I'm black every damn day, 24 hours a day. I don't need that. That's what Neely Fuller Jr. said in his book. And some of these pro-black folks talk about.
Okay,
Neely
so are you
Fuller
speaking against?
I don't need you to tell me I'm black every day.
Right? No. So are you? But are you speaking?
Fairy tale about how wonderful black is. I'm blacker than a lot of y'all out there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it becomes oppositional stance, because you can't tell a black person how to love their blackness when you claim to be trying to be for building a nation or something positive for black people all in the same breath. It's like that turns people off.
This is what this is where you don't have no understanding, because again, it's for black. I don't have to talk about black every day. I don't have to be reminded of that. That's not my goal. That's not my focus of blackness. That's for racists. That's what racists do.
Yeah, no, but you talk about it. You just speak. You talk about it every day, but
they talk about the glory of their whiteness and the white.
You talk about blackness every day.
Yeah, but I don't have to say it.
No, but I'm saying you talk about blackness. You talk about blackness every day. You just talk about it in a negative way. So if you're going to talk about being or creating something.
No, I don't talk about it in a negative way. I tell you how it is. I keep it real. I'm not giving you no fairy tale stories. I'm not
talk about these
pictures.
Well, then, but that's what
give me an example of how I talk about us naked. Give me an example.
So why do you think black people will want to join something? Why do you think black people will want to join something where the person who's claiming to create it is constantly bashing them?
Give me an example of my negativity. Give me an example of my negativity.
Yeah, you said black people ain't nothing but Negro slaves, and they're gonna sue. They need to be extinct because they don't do shit. This is what you said in one of our last videos that we had, and I was like, damn. You telling these people they need to be extinct, but yet still you want them to somehow thrive in Mississippi under your understanding? That makes no sense.
If you do not,
that's
if
crazy.
You do not do anything to change your condition, that's the consequence. It's simple as that. I'm not gonna give you no.
No, you said that these people needed to be extinct because they were born only to be slaves. They were good for nothing but to be a slave. So my thing is, how is it that you could speak to them in that way and then say, well, hey guys, I'm trying to help liberate you so that you can no longer be a slave? Is that what you're saying? I mean, that makes no sense.
First of all, I'm not here to do nothing for you. I'm not your savior.
Right, so why is it that, right, so what is it that you want these people, why do you get upset when they're not buying into your campaign?
I don't get upset.
You have gotten upset. You said that they won't let you on yours. They won't let you.
I don't get upset. If I offer you my opinion, I offer you my advice, I offer you my suggestion. You know, if you don't want to take it, that's your business. I'm like Tupac. I ain't mad.
I mean, you've gotten upset when you said that they don't let you on. You've addressed your problem or your disdain or your dislike against people not letting you on their platform. You say that these people are not for blackness, like they.
But I don't care. Are they for blackness?
If they saying they are, how can you say that they're not just because they don't go along with what you're talking about? That's what I'm saying. So that, again, there's the contradiction. You said that you're not upset about it, but then you.
There's no contradiction. They've been around. Okay, it's simple as this. The Mississippi campaign been around for 3 years. Nobody want to help me. Nobody want to help Brother Maurice. Okay, so you doing your thing. So what have they accomplished in the 3 years with thousands of people that think that way? What have they accomplished in the 3 years doing it their way? What have they accomplished? Go ahead and start write down what they have accomplished. Nothing.
Right, but my thing is, if that's not a problem for you, in one way, you cannot speak to a group of people about wanting to help you with your campaign and then speak negative on these same groups of people and then uplift their oppressor.
See, the thing about I don't uplift no oppressor. Stop lying. How do I uplift the oppressor?
I mean, you can listen to your videos. It's on your videos. I mean, if anybody got some common sense, if they ain't crazy and taking on no medication, they could hear it.
Give me an example. I mean, you still ain't brought the example. How do I talk? Show me that. How do
you talk about how white people ain't the problem, it's black people and all this crazy shit.
It is.
And even on the one where we were talking, right?
It
And
is
even when we were
about.
talking about the ones with, even when we were talking about the whole Asian thing, I mean, you were talking uplifting these Asians and saying that just bashing your own race of people.
That's what you want to hear because you want me to be blackly black. All that. I'm not on that. I keep telling you, I'm not on that stuff.
Exactly. So why would these black people want to join your campaign? I mean, does that make sense?
Yes. No. See, this is the thing.
You keep saying it's for black people, but you ain't for black people. Come on, man. What are you doing?
Some brothers is black people. I'm just not on that blackly black stuff.
But you just said that you're not for that black stuff.
Now here we go.
How can somebody trust you if you're not for them, but then say you for them? You're not. That's not. You're saying too that you're double talking.
I got a comment. Angel, she's missing the entire point. See, and I'm not gonna go back and forth. And I'm not gonna go back and forth with you on that. You can believe.
And that's probably a white person troll. Who cares what they think?
And see,
people crazy.
And this is another thing. I've been in this struggle since a child, since the 1960s. Nobody can tell me who and what I am. A lot of these people just woke up. I was out here fighting against the white man in the South when Jim Crow was still here, and y'all happy ass wouldn't even have thought in your mother's womb, still got Similac on your hand, in a diaper, doodling and pissing on yourself. So don't tell me about my blackness. Don't tell me that I'm not real. I don't stand for my people. I'm willing to go to the government and kill the president. Why don't you do it? Why don't you go kill the president? Why don't you do something? What have all these blackly black folks done? You talk all this, you so into blackly blackness. I mean,
didn't you just say that was a crazy way of thinking? I mean, but you just admitted that was a crazy way of thinking. So why would you want to set your people up to do something crazy that you even yourself admitted was crazy? What are you talking about?
You're not doing nothing even close to that, just running your mouth. If you got something,
but you're not doing anything but complaining on YouTube.
What do you have? What do you have better than Mississippi campaign? Bring it here. I'm gonna give you 15 minutes of fame. Bring it. I'll join it. I'll help you. Bring it. Here go before the people.
I'm not doing nothing with the Mississippi campaign because it's not on what I'm on.
No, I did not say
that. I'm for my race. You just said that you're not for your race.
Well then, bring your race. Bring your plan to the race. I'm giving you 15 minutes of fame. Go. What's your plan?
I'm for my race. You're not for black people. You said that. I mean, like, come
on. Again, we're not going to skip the question. Again, what is your solution? What is your plan? Let the people listen. Here we go. I'm not going to.
I mean, unless the people are slow, deaf, and retarded, they would have understood what I've already said. It's nothing for me to repeat.
Here we go again. We're going to do this again for the third time. What is your plan? Since what I'm talking about ain't about nothing, since I'm a race, since I'm filled with self-hatred, and you got it going on, and you know it like that. Now, you tell the people your plan. Here you go. There we go.
I never told you that there was a plan for me to give to anybody. We were talking about what you were speaking on.
Here we go. For the fourth time.
The show is not about me or my plan.
Here we go for the fourth time. Since you love your people, since you got it going on like that, for the fourth time, present to the people, what is your solution? What is your plan? For the fourth time. Here we go. I'm quiet. I put my mic on.
Well, clearly there's a discrepancy with you being able to comprehend logically.
For the fifth time. For the fifth time, I'm not going to do this.
All right, so let the next person speak then. Let the next person speak. I mean, because we ain't getting nowhere. This is retarded. Who's the next person?
Because you don't have nothing. Come on, Brother Omar. You don't have nothing. You don't have nothing.
I mean, you can't defend your stance because there is none. It's a form of delusion.
Right, absolutely. I gave you 5 times to bring your solution to your answer, and you bring nothing. Come on, Brother Omar.
Peace to everyone.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, sir. I think that we might have a situation where 2 minds are not coming together, you know, and I think that's probably because of personal stuff, you know. I think that if we put as our goal the advancement of our people, that's indigenous ex-slave black people, you know, and then if we sit down and see can we bring together a comprehensive plan. I mean, no one person has an all-encompassing plan. You know, it is we have to realize that, hey, look, it takes all of us, and everyone has an idea, and we have to respect each other's idea and see where we can go from there. I think that it might be important for us as Black people to realize that we've had quite a few men and women come along who had an idea for Black people. Now, one of the things that I respected about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is he tolerated us for 44 years, you know, and I mean, it didn't happen overnight. No liberation is going to happen overnight.
I hope Angel know that I still love you, Angel. This is just healthy discourse. That's all it is. We go back and forth. That's fine. For the people in the audience, this is my homie.
It's all great. I didn't say nothing. Go ahead, Brother Omar.
I look at a family. We have a family. The obligation is on the family to take care of the family first. That does not mean that at some point in the future that we might not see the importance of partnering with others. But one of the things that Black people need to do is we need to do this thing alone. We tried everything else. We tried integration. We tried God knows what else. But the one thing that we have not done is we have not did it alone. Now, why would I suggest such a thing? Is that you take a baby that comes out of the womb of his mom, and the mother have to breastfeed or feed the baby for X amount of time, a year, 2 years, whatever the case, depending on the mindset of the particular mother. But however, once that child of age, it is conducive to the child's growth and development if the child begins to do things itself. You know, I mean, no mother want to go around and feed that child for 20 years. You know, she would like to see that child go out and become more productive itself. Now, the problem that we have as Black people is we don't want to let the titty of white folks go. You know, we want to tell them, look, I don't care how old I get, I want you to still give me my titty. Titty milk ain't gonna help a grown man. Titty milk will not help a grown woman. Your body is too big. It will not survive on that alone. So it makes sense that we say, hey, look, it's time for us to get out and get away from these people for a while. It's important that we get away from them. Exodus. That's what I like about the whole Exodus Mississippi campaign, is that it is an opportunity for us as Black people to stand up and be men and women and say, look here, we don't need white folks. And it's not until we do that will anybody, any other race of people, whether it's white,
Excuse me,
Asian.
but where do you get that from when he said that he would help, he would take the help of whites and Asians and all of these other names? What is wrong with you people? Like, do y'all not listen to what's being said? Like, I don't understand.
My beloved sister, don't attempt to put me in any basket with anybody. What I'm doing is I am expressing an idea that will help us as a people. I'm not on this broadcast to argue with anyone. You know?
Nobody's arguing, but you were saying that
Okay.
that's what the Mississippi campaign is.
I said that's what the idea of the Mississippi campaign is about, is exiting away from white folks. Get out on your own and do what you're gonna do.
How, when it's
Now,
accepting
does
the help
that
of white folks?
help accepting the what?
It's
I'm
Angel
sorry.
keep muting me, but it's accepting the help of white people. It's not for just.
Why would it?
I keep getting muted. But what I'm saying is he has expressed his desires by other nations of. I mean, Angel, me and him are. Why does my mic keep getting muted? We're dialoguing.
I will wait for you, and no matter how much you're muted, I will wait, and I will listen to what
No,
it is.
that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? How much? The point of what I'm saying, again, it's not for black people.
Well, I beg to differ with you. You know, you have now, brother Angel is putting an idea out there, and there are people who are listening, and they are saying, "Hey, look, I like that idea." And you have a brother Maurice Muhammad. He liked the idea, and he took on the plan. That I know he is for black first. I mean, that is all that he talks about, you know. And so don't think that because someone say that, look here, we will accept help from anybody.
You just said removing yourself from these same people. Come on, what's wrong with y'all?
If you would just listen for a second, I promise you we'll get there. Okay. Now, once we go and we establish ourselves in Mississippi, what is wrong with establishing a treaty with others?
You just said removing yourself from these people is not the same as.
You're not listening, sister.
Y'all are crazy.
Sister, you're not listening. I said once we.
That's not what I said. That's not what he said.
Deity, wait your turn. Wait your turn. Let that brother. He can't even.
I thought we were dialoguing. Go ahead.
No, we're not dialoguing like that. That brother speak, then you got your chance to speak, and whatever. That's how we're gonna roll here. When you cut people off like that, it messes up the flow of thoughts. Okay, go ahead.
Once we establish ourselves in Mississippi, it doesn't mean that we will not establish treaties with others. That's whether they are black, Asians, Hispanic, etc., etc., etc. But in that treaty, it will be a quid pro quo. What is that? That means that it's not going to be something where you only benefit. It's going to be something where you and I benefit. And if that can't happen, then we can't have a relationship with you. It is just that simple, you know. And it is important that people realize that, hey, look, we have got to be very, very, very astute and sensible in our endeavors. Do you understand what I just said, sister?
She's not going to respond. She's going to let you finish.
You didn't understand nothing that I said. What I said was that was not his point. His point was receiving help from other nations. As a matter of fact, it was a white guy that he was bringing in and bringing on board in the situation. Again, you people, for some odd reason, I don't know if it's the age and it breaks y'all down and it makes you delusional or whatever the case may be. But that's not what he was not talking about a treaty. He was going against the very same people that he's claiming that he's for, and then speaking on behalf of receiving help from these other nations because black people are too incompetent to do anything for themselves. So essentially, it's not for black people. Nobody was talking about a treaty. But to go back to a treaty when you were talking about black people doing for black people and black only, doing a treaty with anybody is not doing anything with you by yourself, especially with people that have been known to cross you, oppress you, and lie to you. Like, so again, there's this black men, a lot of y'all are broken down. Like, let's just call it for what it is. There's a mental illness that y'all have. Y'all wanna act out this fantasy of ownership, but y'all are mentally incapable of thinking for yourself, by yourself, excluding these other nations. And when you get called out about it, instead of addressing it and fixing it, you want to bypass what was just said or the inconsistencies that you all have because of pride, and y'all don't want to face the fact that y'all are not in a position of power.
Well, I beg to differ with you.
Differ from me from what? The man said what he said. You can't go against that. You're sitting there.
Sister, you're talking
You're
with
not
me.
even speaking on that.
You're
You
talking.
have not addressed that at all. You went around it and tried to double talk on it and reword it.
You're talking to me.
What you doing?
I'm not speaking for brother Angel. I'm not speaking.
But that's his Exodus plan. That's what his mission is. You're speaking on the Exodus, Mississippi. That's what he's for. That's his idea. And what I'm saying is that within his idea is not for black people and black people only. He wants to receive the help of other nations. You said it was solely for blacks, doing for blacks without being on the titty of these white folks. He still wants to be on the titty of these white folks.
Can you prove that, please? Give an example.
Go back to your other shows.
No, I ain't going back to nothing. You the one said it. I don't have to go back to nothing. Give us an example.
I mean, you said that. Listen,
show.
I'm not going back and forth with people. Hear how you talk on what you talk on. I mean, you used to express it all the time that your people know what you're about.
No, since you heard those things, then you should be able to go and make reference to it. You the one making the claim. If a person is making a claim, they should be able to prove that.
Is she there? Okay, good.
I mean, you making these claims.
I mean, it ain't nothing to make. You say it every day.
Right. So show it. It should be easy to find. Then.
I mean, you say it every day. Why you can't say it now? You say it every day.
Well then, show it.
Like, come on, if these retards ain't able to come on with that mentally ill bullshit. You act like you working for these crackers. What did you talk about?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to tolerate you calling me black. Now, see, that's where we get problems. That's where we have our problems at. You
got this man sitting here lying and speaking up like what are you doing?
Hold on, brother Angel. Hold on 1 second. My beloved sister, do you know me?
No.
Have you ever met me?
And you contradicted everything. Come on, y'all act like y'all work for these crackers, dog. You a broke down ass nigga. You ain't finna do nothing for your liberation. All you motherfuckers do is talk and you hate yourself.
Have you ever met me before? Do you know anything about me?
I heard that bullshit you was just talking.
Well,
okay. Now, hold on.
First of all, like I told you, all that name calling that you're doing, I'm not going to tolerate that. I mean, what's up with the name calling?
I didn't call nobody no name. I said that mentally ill bullshit.
Right, mentally ill. Like what? So you're a psychiatrist. You can determine whether somebody's mentally ill or not, because they won't agree with the crap that you talk about. I told you 5 times. You don't agree with yourself. I told you 5 times. You don't agree with yourself. I told you. Wait a minute. I told you 5 times. You got something better to offer? Is your 15 minutes of fame? Go for broke. What you got to offer?
You don't even agree with yourself. You contradict yourself.
That's not the question for the 6th time.
I don't give a damn about your question. It's not my show.
No, for the 6th time. What is your solution?
About you for the same group of people that you talk crazy against. Come on, man.
Well, I'm getting ready to drop you. I don't have time for it. I can't. Yeah.
Motherfucker.
How you doing, Black Progressive? Go ahead and say what you gotta say. It can't get no worse than what it is. So the bottom line mind is, like I said before, the majority of people, they're not going to do nothing anyway. It don't make no difference what you present. They're not going to do nothing anyway. And when I say that, it makes them upset because I gave her 6, 7 times. Okay, what is your solution? What is your, what is your angle? How are you going to bring all this love or whatever? And she didn't offer nothing. Nothing at all, period. Black progression, you on board. Come on.
Yes, and the sister's upset right now, and
yeah.
we have to bear with that. When we are dealing with people, we have to bear with that, and
yeah,
I think that we would do ourselves justice by tolerating one another, even in our ignorance, because only by doing so are we able to climb and build. You can't build when you're upset, and I understand that, and I don't fault my beloved sister. I still love her, even though this is our first time meeting, and it's not on the best situation, but that's all right.
She gonna judge you, don't even know you at all.
Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. It's cool. It's all good. We learn patience in life,
But I asked her, show me what I say. Put it on paper. Since it's so easy, what I'm saying is anti-black as you say that it is. Show me what you're talking about. Just go make a video, get an audio. Put it together so we can see this. And if I said that and whatever, what can I say?
Yeah, the thing is this: there is no connection, no meeting of mind, and you're not gonna get anywhere when there's not a meeting of the mind. And I would like to let the sister back in. I don't mind talking to her.
She dropped off.
Oh.
No, I'm not going to tolerate, you mentally ill and you old and crazy. That's not called. Where you going with that? You're not going to go nowhere with that. And here go this, and see, here goes somebody else who wants to instigate. If you can't handle a young girl like her, there's nothing to handle. The young girl was offered 7 times. I asked her, okay, what do you have better? She didn't offer us nothing. It's not about handling anything. She's saying that I said, or she's accusing me of something. Well, if you're accusing me of something, and it's so easy, I say it every day, then prove it. You taking my words and put it into a context for your own agenda, which that's not how I meant it. If you listen to everything that I'm saying, I'm not cussing her out. I'm doing my best to tolerate foolishness to allow her to speak. Because as soon as she started calling somebody mentally ill and old and all that, old and broke or whatever, I should have let her go then. I try to tolerate her. I know her. This is what we go through all the time. But the thing about it is, she always come back here. Now, see, that's what y'all don't know. While you sitting around here laughing and you can't handle a young girl like her, I've known Deity for at least 2-3 years now. The video that I put on my channel with me, her, she was Brittany at the time. Me, her, Brittany, and Rashida. That video is about like 2 or 3 years old or whatever. That's when I first met her. And she been rocking with me. I blocked her I don't know how many times. I didn't speak to her. She always come back home because when it's all said and done, this is where it's at. She know this where it's at. But see, that's why it goes back to our original topic about when our mind has all this stuff in it. And that's what the real problem is, because that kind of stuff won't even allow you to take the time to try to analyze, to listen to where somebody else is coming from, because your mind is filled with all this stuff. Brother Omar, give your speak, and I don't want you cut off, because that's it's rude to cut somebody off. You're gonna get your time. That messes with your thinking process, because you're on a roll. Your mind is moving, and you have a beginning and a conclusion rolling in your mind. And when somebody cuts you off, it messes up where you want to go. But I didn't know that we was gonna go this long, but you know, I want you to roll. Get your thought out there, brother. I'm gonna bring somebody else on, and you'll get your turn, brother Gabe. Might be Alquan again. Dude, I hope it's not, because it's gonna be some serious problems here. Go ahead, my brother Omar.
Oh, I basically I came on basically just to listen.
Yes.
And I was hoping that that I could like bridge a gap between yourself and the sister, because I saw y'all was missing each other. You know, and I mean, she thought I came on here to support your particular idea, you know, when we're two different people, you know.
Yes.
You know, and but hey, that's life, you know.
Yeah.
But I do believe that in fact I know that it's time for Black people to stop all of this YouTube game plan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's time for us to get together, come together, map out a plan, and then execute it.
Yes.
You know, it's just that simple. The time is out for a bunch of yap, you know, and that's one of the things I was hoping to get through to the sister. I mean, if she want to do something, just in case she hear this at a later time, if she want to do something, she can definitely get in touch with brother Maurice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's on the ground in Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he is for Black people only.
Right.
You know, and I mean, if that is what she's truly looking for, you know, now if she's just talking to be talking, that's another story. But I mean, there is an outlet for her if that's what she's really about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, so if you ever talk to her again, you know, give her my email or give her brother Maurice's email,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe something good can come of it.
Right.
You know? But one thing is for sure is that the object is for people to get busy doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not really about a bunch of talking. You know, I mean, I could join any of the talks that are on YouTube and elsewhere, you know, but I'm not going to be a part of anything where somebody's not, hey, let's get busy. Let's make this happen, you know, and because in the bottom line, I say this to people is that, hey, look, I really don't care what we did 10,000 years ago.
Mm.
I don't care what we did 5,000 years ago. I don't care what we did 100 years ago. What we have to do is be able to focus on where we are right now and let us put together a plan right now to make this thing happen. Because what's going to happen is this, is that I look all across America, and what I see gentrification happening across the nation. And what is that? Pushing Black people away. You know, and if we don't get serious and work out a plan, we're just going to be pushed right into the doggone ocean. And everybody else is going to be here benefiting from the blood that our people shared.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done for now. Maybe Brother Gabe has something to say.
Okay. Go ahead, Brother Gabe.
All right, at least Deity, at least she knows what's up.
Oh man, it's
she knows how to feed you.
It never stops.
She knows how to read you like a book.
It never stops.
She went off. I'm glad she did what she did, because she definitely knows what's up. She sees that you are a walking contradiction. It's just hard.
I told you it was Alquan. I told you. So that's more proof. That's more proof that I got. I guess I'm gonna have to go to court. I don't have no choice. I got a stalker. People. Now I told this man, leave me alone. Go talk on your channel. You can talk about me like a dog, whatever. I guess that's not good enough. Because you want to make sure that I hear it. I don't care what you're talking about. You can say whatever you want to. I would give deity your email and y'all can have a good time. I'm not interested. That's not what this broadcast was even about, period. I told you it was Alquan. He think this is a game. I guess I'm going to have to, he won't really take this serious until he get that subpoena. I'm going to have to do it. I have no choice. I got a stalker. I got a real stalker. It's been, I think it's been more than a year. And I told him that he's banned. And every time he comes, I tell him he's banned. But he can't stop. When deity talk about somebody with a mental problem, this person has a mental problem. And not only me, he stalks Sinetta, Michi X, Tariq Nasheed. He can't stop. That's mental illness. And what they don't understand is that myself and deity might have our differences, or she can't comprehend where I'm coming from. But deity, I've known her for well, at least two years or whatever, and she roll with me. She ain't on your platform. She rolling right here. Who knows how many times I done blocked that woman? Who knows how many times? I can't even count the time. She changed her number just to talk to me, so she can call in and talk to me. Are you still mad? Lady, you just cussed me out. You called me mentally ill and you know, all these different names, you know. But for some reason, I'm a likable guy. She always come back here. That's what y'all don't know. And she's not gonna trip off, and she's gonna come. She's gonna, oh, here come my brother. Oh, Almar. Oh, the next is the fire. The next is the fire.
Walaikum salam.
Yeah, I like it.
Peace and blessings. Bro,
Yes,
I'm gonna tell you, I was in such a horrible mood earlier today.
Yes,
And I was sitting around at the house trying to get out of the mood, and it wasn't working. So I said, well, let me go to the store and get some things that I need. And I clicked on your video, and you was going. And I tried to get in, but it wouldn't let me on my phone, so I had to come all the way back home just to get in this program. And it's such a beautiful thing because it lifted my spirits. Because like I was destructively angry. That's how angry I was earlier today. So,
hey, Marie, when on destructively angry?
You know, it's a beautiful thing. Yes,
I was in it. I missed it.
It is for sure. You know, our sister that we were listening to, you know, and me myself, I love her fire.
She got good fire.
She definitely does. She has that fire, and I love it. And of course, I understand exactly where it is that she's coming from. You know, she's definitely coming from that black first perspective, 24/7. She's coming definitely from there. And so, of course, I could vibe with her and understand everything that she was saying. And the thing is this, and Brother Angel, your language does present a difficulty factor for a lot of our people that's black first or pro-black. It does. Because you would not believe how many messages I received, because I was on, you know, your platform the other day, and we were having a beautiful conversation. And it's like they think that, you know, you're tricking me and you know, going to get me comfortable and then stab the knife in my back.
Yeah.
And I responded to each of the issues. And it's not that. It's not that you're tricking me or anything. We have to look at things with a little bit of less of the fire at times, right? And so in truth,
Brother Angel's program can work much faster than mine. Because mine is black first. We ain't looking to make no treaties. We ain't looking for no cracker help. They offer it, it's going to be turned away. Right? That means it's 100% on our shoulders. And we got to push that load. And as brother was saying, most black people, they going to talk. But when it come time to show up, they going to be absent. And so what we do know is that those of other races, they will push the load, even if it's just to say, I was a part of it. Even if it was just to say, I was a part of it, right? And so, your plan will work faster than mine, than ours. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. I know that. I'm not stupid. I know that. But the reason we're doing it this way, it is because we have to do some things for ourselves. We have to be able to stand on our own 2 feet. You know, if what we were taught is correct, we're about to prove it or disprove it, because we're going to use that as the basis to do what needs to be done. All right? So when you have us doing our thing, Mississippi, and Brother Angel and their people doing their thing in Mississippi, at an eventual point, it's going to do this. It's going to do this, right? Because we're talking about taking power at a state level. So when you get to that state level, you have to have even more cooperation. You're going to have more cooperation. So they may even beat us to the state level because we're doing this 100% on our own back. And we cannot, in truth, shit on his plan, because when we just honestly look at the numbers, it's in his favor. It is. But our determination, Black First, our determination and our will push us to meet them. You see? It will push us to meet them where we're supposed to meet them. So, you know, I understand the sister, and I was trying to get back home before she got off because I wanted to make sure that she understands.
I mean, she can come back. If she's listening, she can come back.
I hope she does.
Yeah.
Because we can definitely use her, and she needs to come on over. But it's just the wording, because it used to get me. It used to get me.
Yeah.
And get me fired up real quick. You know, it used to get me. And then I had to sit back a little bit and just think, if this man really hated blackity black, if this man really had a disregard for Black First, he'd have never reached to me. He'd have never did that. Not with something as momentous as this. He wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have done that. So he may disagree with a point here or a point there, but the core of this man is Black First. That is his core. He just sees an easier route to get to the same junction. And I bear witness. It's easier. Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts. It is easier to go his route. But we have to prove what we were given is truth and is real. And damn it, we got to stand up on our own 2 feet. And that's why I chose this route. That's why I chose this route. But as I said, we're going to meet in the State House. We ain't got no choice. We ain't got no choice. We're on the same team.
And one of the things,
we just got a different path to get to the same direction.
yeah, and that's what I was trying to say to the sister. She was misunderstanding what I was saying. You know, is that, hey, eventually we will reach a point where we will partner with other people. That's just a natural growth of nationhood, you know. But I'm not saying that we do this right now, but that we would do that right now. I'm in total agreement with Brother Muhammad. It's the fact that we have to do this ourselves, you know. For our soul, we have to do it. We have to prove that we as Black people can do it, you know, first. Then and only then will we be able, in the proper mindset, to partner with other people. When I meet with other people, I want to meet them on an even keel. I don't want to meet with them, and they think that they have some type of advantage over me. It is just that simple. But for some reason, she was tying what I was saying, Black first, with treaties, and she mixed that all up. And but that's good. That's good. You know, we do have to tolerate each other so that we can get to know each other better. You know, because there is no way in this world if she knew me,
Yes.
if she would think that. You know, I tried to present a whole picture in a short term because I really didn't come here to discuss it, but it's something that was happening. So I was trying to merge it together. And I believe if she's sincere and she listened to this tape, she'll be getting in touch with Brother Maurice. If she's sincere. If not,
I want to say this, and I want to clarify. I think sometimes I try to be as simple as I can. I don't know how much more simpler that I can get. I guess I'm gonna have to go to really, truly baby language or whatever. I'm not trying to make mockery of nobody, but I guess I'm gonna have to do that because people's understanding is very, very poor. Because I asked her to prove her points, and she said I say these things every day, and you know what you said. No, yeah, I know what I said, but you said that I said it, and I don't understand what I said. So can you make an example of it? And she never would want to bring no example. Now, and I use Brother Son of Man as an example in Mississippi. Now, he's in Mississippi and been there for years, the Son of Man. He's been there for years. Now, I visited him in 1982 or 3, something like that. They basically have a self-sustaining community there. They produce bean pies, bean soup. They fix cars. They cut hair. They just built a school. And when I said they built a school, his neighbors, many of them are Caucasian, offered free labor, offered free donated money so they could build their school. So he's been there for years. He has a relationship with his neighbors. They have an understanding. So I guess she would say that he's not Black first. No, you live in the United States. And you mean to tell me I'm struggling and doing something, and a Caucasian person see where what we're doing, just like Brother Maurice was saying a few days ago. Because here's this white guy, and he has a vote. And so Brother Maurice is telling him, vote for me. But if you're really Black first, according to that logic that you're saying, you're telling me that you reject his vote. But here you got a person, his vote might take you over the top. He's Caucasian. Plus, Brother Maurice explained to him, if you vote for me, this is the benefit. Mississippi campaign is about us doing everything ourselves. I'm not asking them to guide me, beside me, you know, whatever, by the highlights of the moon, you know, that old Star-Spangled Banner crap. I'm not asking them to do that. We must do this for ourselves. But if I got a resource, like I told him, if Bill Gates told me I'm going to give you $1 billion to do your project. You think I'm not going to take that money? And then somebody told me, well, it comes with strings attached. Once that money get in my hands, it's unattached. And if Bill want to assassinate me or whatever because I got the money and he think he going to get some kind of favor, I'll deal with that later on. Because right now, once the money come out of his pocket and it's in my bank account, I do with the money as I please. I just have to be in the public doing this. Some of y'all have to keep moving around. Hey, I got the big roll. Hey, what? That's the way I have to be. I'm not selling us out. Ain't nobody my damn master. We have to do this for ourselves because in the future, we do want to be an independent nation. How are we going to be an independent nation if everybody else was really doing the work? You got to learn how to govern. You got to learn about infrastructure. You got to know how to do all these different things. But if they want to help me get what I want, damn right I'm going to take it. And that route, just like Brother Muhammad just said, that route is going to get me to the promised land faster. And we can pull them up. And they can stay where they at, segregated. It don't make no difference. But see, we take their money. I mean, they take our money every day. We get $1 trillion some dollars out of this economy every year. They happy to take our money. Why we can't take their money? Like when I was in the Nation of Islam, we were selling the Final Call newspaper. I was downtown Manhattan where a lot of, the Peckers was hanging around or whatever. And they said, hey, what is that, buddy? I said, it's the Final Call by Mr. Louis Farrakhan. You want to get a copy? Get the latest news by the Honorable Mr. Louis Farrakhan. Here's a beautiful art, how to eat to live. You know how to eat to live, brother? I call him brother. Just give me that dollar. There you go, and keep another $1 for yourself. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Have a nice day. So I went back to the temple. I didn't have no newspaper. The brother that talked about, I ain't selling no my paper to no devil. He got 10, 20 papers still in his hand. And yeah, I buck shuffle. It was the 80s and Michael Jackson was hot. I did my little Michael Jackson dance out there by the Final Call. Sure as hell did. And when I came back to the temple, I didn't have no papers. I was helping the other brothers sell papers because I was done. I was helping the other brothers out there on the street sell papers. It's about getting what you want by any means necessary. That's what the priority should be. I wouldn't be talking to you. In order for me to talk to you today, I had to deal with people I for real hated them. But they had knowledge, they had something they could offer me. And I kept cool, calm, and collect till I could get what I want. So I can get out. Once I get out, once I get what I want. Just like some of these men. Unfortunately, we're dealing with some low-down men. They would tell their sister, oh, you're so beautiful. That's a nice car. Your hair's so pretty. Say whatever he got to say. Did you get the draw? Yeah, man, I got the draw. I sure did, man. It was good. Oh, man. Didn't mean none of it. And then he going about his merry way. Driving her car. Got $2,000 out of her. He on his way. Now, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I'm real with mine. Because I'm going to let you know straight up what I'm doing. No, Bill, if you give me this money, this is what it's for. There's no strings attached with it. If you think some strings attached, don't give me the money. Because I will take it. I'm not saying no to them ducats. They take our money every day. So why can't we take theirs? And that's the way I look at it. Myself and Brother Omar before me, we've been in this struggle a long time. How dare she come and disrespect us, talk about y'all some old, mentally ill, decrepit men, and y'all don't even blah, blah. Lady, we've been on the scene, and you was taking a dump on yourself. You didn't have no idea what this was even about. And she come and disrespect. Then, what have you done? Nothing. Where's your work? What have you done? Nothing. Nothing. I gave her 7 times. Okay, you don't like what I have to say. You don't like because I'm a self-hater or whatever. Show us what do you have to develop self-love. How do you develop self-love calling your elders mentally ill and decrepit and broke. How is that self-love? Because I'm still black. You blackity, blackity, black, as you say. So if you blackity, black and love, I'm still black. How you gonna come to me because you don't like what I say and call me mentally ill and decrepit and broke and all this other stuff? And a coon and a sambo and all these other words. I'm still black and you blackity black. How can you call me those things? I never call you those things because there's some words that you can call women, but I don't do that. Now I can shoot some names and stuff, you know, if I want to. I choose not to. I'm not going to do that. Not today.
No, don't ever say
No, I'm not going to do that today. But we must do this for ourselves.
that.
But I'm not going to reject any kind of resources that I can get my hands on so that we can accomplish this goal. I'm not doing it because they use us. You know, we go to the Chinese people and buy their Chinese food and whatever else the Chinese. We go to the Arab stores. Why we can't take their money? They take ours. And we must do this ourselves. Now, if we can build the momentum where we can actually get the 40 million on board, it wouldn't even be a problem. So to hell with them. But we're not on that level where the 40 million is on board, where we can take advantage of the $1 trillion in our hand. We're not on that level. So, bro, I gotta do what I gotta do. You know, if I'm stuck on the side of the road, I'm gonna pass the mic here. If I'm stuck on the side of the road, I'm not going to deny help from a white man or anybody, and I'm standing on the side of the road, my car can't go. I'm not gonna do that. Here comes somebody, hey there, buddy. You stand on the side of the road, you got a flat, can I help you? In the middle of nowhere. No, I'm black first. No, hunky, get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's stupid as hell. I passed the mic.
Brother Omar, did you want to go say before I say something?
No, you go ahead, Bilal.
You know, and just no, that's true. Because I know I've been in situations where on the side of the road and the cracker come up and, you know, he helps.
Yeah.
And I did not say, I can't stand you, so get the fuck away from me and don't help me. I take the help. I take the help.
Absolutely.
And, you know, listening to what our sister was saying, I can understand what she's talking about, right? Because in her mind, the enemy is the enemy, that is the oppressor.
Yeah.
So there has to be a position when it comes to them to keep them away, because you just can't trust them. Now, you know, even when we come to power, you know, if you know, the cracker, just say we run Mississippi autonomously separate from the rest of the United States. And the cracker in Europe come and say, well, you know, I wanna do business with you and set up trade and that with the cracker. I don't trust them. I just don't. I don't trust them. And so I would take it to the council and let them vote on it, but my vote would be no.
Mm-hmm.
Simply because that devil is 100%. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, that devil, that cracker will trick you 100% of the time. And based on that, I wouldn't want no business with it. So for me, I would have to vote no, but whatever the rest of the council vote, that's what they would vote. I don't like the Chinese, you know, I don't like the Arab.
Mm-hmm.
And so when it comes to doing business with them, I would not be open to it. I would be more open to do it with our brothers and sisters in South America and Africa, you know, because they got oil and all that stuff too. I would be more apt to do business with them than I would ever be in any mood to do business with no Chinese or no cracker. It's just that's me. And the glorious thing about organization, even though I'm the leader, I don't make all the decisions. There's a council, and I give my say, and they get a say. And if they win, then that's the way it goes. And we should accept that with no straightness in our heart. You know, there's been, and I had to come up the hard way with that. Yes, America does trade with its enemies every day, but we're not America. We're not America. We're black first. And so, and it's through trade as well, because they can send that Trojan horse right through the trade and you not even understand what it is. So knowing, for me, knowing that the white man is our enemy, so my position on dealing with whites is very stringent. Very stringent. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the white man can do good under the gun, just don't move your gun. Right? So then he's telling us the parameters that we can be successful if you want to deal with them. Keep them under the gun. Once you remove it, they're going to get you. So you know those are your parameters, and if you can't even do that, then leave it alone. Because if it's this, as we used to say, when we're looking for something, and it'd be right there and say, if it was a snake, it would have bit you. Right? Because that snake going to bite you. You know, any ifs and no buts about it. But as we mature in the work that we're in, and with our sister, being black first and loving our people, she didn't come out and actually say these things. This part is what I'm pulling from what she said. She has a healthy disregard for them. She has a healthy disregard. It's not going to allow her to quote unquote be racist, but she has a healthy disregard that she's going to make sure she watching, and she really don't want them in her company because you can't trust them. And we got to be able to work with, love, and trust only ourselves. Only ourselves. And as you said, Brother Angel, you said the people say this, that black have no friends, right? And I even say it. But the honest to fact goodness is, that's really not true. That's not really true. How do I know this? Brother Emil, who follows the channel, he ain't black. He's not black. He ain't Chinese, but he falls in the Asian category. Now, you go to his channel, he got video after video teaching black first. Video after video. Can I not do it? Would it be proper to say that he's not our friend? Of course he's our friend. I call him brother. You understand? He's hard. He is for us 1,000%. Even to the point that his own family gets upset at his position of so close to black people. He had to fight members of his own family. So I can't say he's not our brother. I can't say he's not our friend, because he is. He really is. And he puts in the work to show it. So he is our friend, right? Do we have friends on the world stage? I think we do. I really think we do. We're just not able to assess it at this point. But I really think we do have friends on the world stage. We're just not at that stage yet. And there's none of us who represents our mindset that's at that stage. And that's why you don't know it. Because all these leaders that's elected in power in America, they're not black first. So they wouldn't work with them. Now, when you think about Hugo Chavez, who America killed, let me read this real quick. Brother Muhammad, in the Supreme Wisdom, it states about the believer having friendships in all walk of life. What does that mean to you? What does all mean to you? Perfect question. And as soon as I finish this statement, Brother Talib, I'm going to answer that question. Brother Hugo Chavez, he was the president of Venezuela before America killed him with cancer. He came to the UN when George Bush was president. After Bush spoke, he came up there and he said, "It smells like sulfur here. The devil was just here." He called George Bush the devil at the UN in New York City. He called them the devil.
Yeah.
What else did he do? He used his national oil to poor black people in New York and the housing projects and gave them free oil so that they can have heat in the winter. In the wintertime, they could have heat. Hugo Chavez. He says, I am African. You ain't going to snatch me from my African brothers and sisters. That's our friend. That's our friend. He dead and gone, but it's more Hugo Chavez around. There are a lot more. But what happens is they get scared because they saw what happened to Hugo. Because first they tried to have a coup and oust him. But when his people found out, the poor people, when they found out what happened to their president, then they rose up and said, bring us our president or we're going to kill all y'all, goddammit. And they had to free Hugo. They had to free him. And he was good, and I was glad that he was free. Next thing you know, they gave his ass cancer. And he was dead and gone. Same thing they was going to do with Lumumba. Patrick Lumumba. They was going to, in Africa, they was going to give him cancer. They was going to give him cancer, but Mobutu got to him first. So they didn't have to do it. Now to our brother Don's question about friendship in all walk of life. Yes, we are taught that we are to get friendship in all walk of life. And all means just that, all. White, black, Korean, Mexican, Spanish, it doesn't matter. All. All. Now, do I have friendship in all walk of life? Believe it or not, there is white people that do follow our channel. They write me all the time. They write me all the time. They consider me, of all people, to be their leader. Yeah. Why? Because they understand the truth that's coming out of my mouth. They understand the truth. It's just like in the day of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. There were white people writing him, bearing witness saying, you're right, we are the devil. What can we do to save us? I had a cracker, white woman, wrote me a letter. I showed it to my wife and my assistant. And she asked me to teach her so she can teach her children. She submits to my leadership. Right? I don't have no white people in our organization. I don't tell them, you're right, I am your leader. I don't do none of that. They ask me a question, I'll respond, or I'll task it out to somebody else to respond. Because I need to make sure that I stay clean. I don't want no funny business or Muhammad this, no. So a lot of things get tasked out to other people to do the answering when it comes to, the cracker. But yes, I do have friendships in all walk of life. And it is what it is. And it ain't because I went out seeking it. Because I never did. They come to me and they bear witness to the truth that I was saying. If you go back and watch the video where me and wife was downtown St. Louis, and this white dude was out there with the flag, Christian guy, and me and him got into a conversation. And I tore that cracker's ass from one end to another. From one end to another. And there was a white woman with her child and her husband. As me and wife walking away, she breaking her neck trying to get over to me. Leaving her child and her husband running to get to me. To be like, is everything okay? Are you okay? What can I do? Get your ass over there with your cracker husband and child. That's what the hell you can do. It's my wife right here. So it's about, at the end of the day, people recognizing truth. People recognizing truth. And they will recognize the truth. As I said on the program with Brother Angel Snubnose, I said, look, Cracker was in my house, packing things up, getting ready to put it in the truck so we can move here. And she said to me, I wish I had your life. I wish I was you. And it stunned me for a minute. I'm like, what? What's Cracker just say? She wish she had my life. And I laughed and turned to her. I said, no, you don't. You don't wish you had my life. And she's like, yes, I do. I wish I had your life. I would love to be you. You don't know me, you know. But what came under, I heard the Honorable Elijah Muhammad in my voice, in my head. I heard him say, there will come a day when the white person will say, I wish I was a nigger. That's what he said. He said it at a Savior's Day. He said, will come a day where the white man will say, I wish I was a nigger. And I had this cracker in my home packing up my stuff. And she said, I wish I was a nigger. I got up from my desk, went and told wife, you know what this cracker just said to me? And I told her, and she was like, wow. You ain't going to deny the teachings. It is what it is. We're living fruit of it. Now, my thing that I have to do, I have to learn how to give the truth in a way that is not destructive of truth. Right? I have to learn to do that. Because Brother Angel Snub, he's more of a humanitarian than I am. I haven't grown to that. I know my issues. I haven't grown to that level. I have not grown to that level. But we're supposed to be. We should be. I'm just not there yet. I'm not there yet. I don't give a damn about these children in cages. If they ain't black, I don't give a shit. I don't give a damn if the cracker get a hole in their head. I don't give a shit. Because my concern is solely on black us. Brother Angel has matured to see humanity. I personally, if you ain't black first, if you don't care about black people, I don't give a damn about you. Now, that's not the way we should be. Because we're not created that way. We're not created that way. That's not who we are, naturally. But it's because we are in a system of white supremacy that you got to be on guard, and you looking at everybody suspicious. Where this nigga gonna come from? Where this cracker gonna come from? You know, we look at everybody suspicious. Because that's protection. But in reality, we're not to do that. Because in some cases, suspicion is sin. It's sin. Now, these things I don't teach on my channel. I don't teach it, right? Because I don't live it. I don't live it. So I teach what I live. But if you ask me, I have to bear witness to the truth. And that's what I'm doing today. I'm bearing witness to the truth. Because it is what it is. I have not matured to that level. Someday I will, because I know it's right. Just right now, I ain't ready. You call that being stiff-necked and hard-hearted. I ain't ready yet. But someday I will get there. I know that because I am to be a world leader. So I will get there. I'm just not there yet. I'll rest my mic.
I'm going to tell you, I hope that Sister Deity and some of these other persons, I hope I'm glad that you come here because they need to hear this from a person more like themselves. And you brought it, I mean, you iced it. You iced it, Brother Muhammad. You brought the fire, you iced it. And there's nothing I can say on it. I mean, you did the thizzy, like they say. Hey, you know. And why folks always want to come here and bother us when we're trying to nice talk. But yeah, I mean, you said it all. And you brought it in a manner I hope that they can understand. And really, because really, like you say, we're doing the same thing. It's just different math. I wish I could bring up that video when Minister Farrakhan was explaining, because he did a very good job of explaining that. You know, the math. Right. 1 and 1 is 2, but 2 and 0 is 2. Different math. He was talking about the little children arguing. Well, my daddy said 2 and 1 is, 1 and 1 is 2. Well, my daddy said 0 is 2. You know, arguing over dumb stuff is still going to end up with the same conclusion, same conclusion. But that's how children do. We're not children here. And we don't even have time to be children no more. We got to grow up so that we can get the hell out of here. I understand the black first. But I also got to keep it real. You don't like the fact that I said that you're a lazy ass, trifling nigga who ain't gonna want to do nothing. And that's true. Brother Muhammad can bear witness to it. I can bear witness to it. Because Brother Muhammad should be further progress, because I'm pretty sure he had a lot of big mouths saying all this stuff, and when it actually comes to the work, where they at? You know, you looking out. I thought you support the Mississippi campaign. What? I just talked about that earlier before you brothers talked. You say you support Angel Snuffing Up 7, and it's not even about the money. It's 24 hours in a day. Out of that day, how much do you give to the Mississippi campaign? How much time do you give to Black First? Out of 24 hours in a day. Now, when I was out there driving on the truck, I gave that crack for 14 hours. And I'm going to tell you, and the other 10 hours that was left, I had to lay down and get to sleep so I can do another 14 hours the next day. I ain't had no time. I just have to tell you, I gave all my time to the white man. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. That's just how it was. Because that's how I pay my bill. But at the same time, since I'm out there working for the white man, I can use that money I'm making to the cause. So it's not about the money. Since I can't give my time like that, I can give my money. No big deal. And I ain't talking about some chump change, a couple of dollars here, get you a dime bag, whatever. I ain't talking about that stuff. I'm talking about some real, I'm willing to give you some money on this project. So I'm asking people, what do you do? You talking all this stuff. What do you do for Black First? It's 24 hours in a day. What do you do? Except complain, I don't like what you say. And I hear Maurice, but I really don't care about what he say either. He's old and decrepit too. Because they're not going to do, when it's all said and done, they're not going to do anything anyway. Because that's the bottom line. Because right here, with our plan, you can go 2 directions. If you don't understand where I'm coming from, you don't have to go that way. You can go with Brother Maurice. The bottom line is you don't want to go nowhere. You just want to destroy. You want to come and lie and divide, and you want to just come and beef. You're not even trying to understand where somebody's coming from. You don't want to hear. That's why you have to go to name calling. And that's supposed to hurt me. There's nothing nobody has said I haven't heard before. I done heard the old man jokes. I was an old man. I was in my 20s. I was 22 and heard the old man jokes. You know what I mean? So the old man jokes is not even new. I've been hearing that, and I didn't even look my age. I always looked younger than what I was, but I still got the old man jokes because folks knew they knew my age. And you're old, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So that ain't nothing new. I done heard the Sambo and the Uncle Ruckus. I done heard everything that you throw out. I done heard it before, whatever. But again, if you don't like what I say or offer, My eyes is open. What do you have to offer? Alquan, that troll Alquan, kept bothering Sonetta, and it was like 600, 700 people in the chat. And you know I don't even get nowhere close. But Sonetta told Alquan, okay, you don't like what we're doing, you don't like what we're saying. Here, I give you 15 minutes of fame. What do you have to offer? He didn't have nothing to say. He didn't have nothing to offer. Most of these people with the most complaint and can judge don't have nothing to offer at all. We have something to offer here. And if you want me to break everything down to you like you're a little kindergartner, we can sit one day, take a Sunday, give me a call, and I'll take your little itty bitty hand, and we can go A, B, C, D, E, F. I'm not making mockery, but some people you got to do like that. F, G, H, I. G makes the good sound. And if I have to do that, we'll do that. And I will take the time to do that because I love you, because we are black, and we are black first. Otherwise, I wouldn't give a damn. If I did not like black people, I would tell you, I'm not scared. I hate niggas. I hate black folk. I hate pro-black. I would use the word hate. I ain't scared of you. I would tell you in your face, I don't like you because you're black. I got me a white woman. She good to me. I would tell you outright. Ain't no shame in the game. You a coon. You damn skippy, I'm a coon. My wife take good care of me. My white wife, I don't even have to work. I had 2 white women want to marry me. Both of them told me, you don't have to work no more the rest of your life. Believe me, sometimes I said, damn, I should have took that damn off. I should have took that. They coming from prestigious family, professors, lawyers. And what are you? What you got to offer? This white woman, I don't have to work. I can just play video games all day long. No, I'm here because I love us ever since I was born. It's all I know. Don't tell me I don't love black folk. It's all I know. Hell, for years, I didn't even know what a white person looked like in the South. For years, I didn't know what they looked like. First time I saw a Peckerwood, I'm like, what the hell is that? Look like a man, talk like a man, walk like a man. I didn't know what the hell it was. And the sad thing about it is that my grandfather was the strong father figure in the house, and I saw my grandfather buck down to him. I couldn't understand that because my grandfather was the man in the house. But this strange looking cat from out of nowhere comes, and he, yes, sir, the corn is growing, and the chest, you know, I'm like, I'm a little boy. I'm like, I couldn't understand. What is it? What's that about? Here I am in the 60s. I protest by myself. Because when I was growing up, and Brother Omar probably had to experience it too, pledging allegiance to the flag was mandatory. You had to do it. I set my ass down. They said, hey, you can't do that. I said, I'm protesting because this country have not treated my people. I'm a little boy running my mouth like that. You know, because I'm influenced by Elijah Muhammad teaching. You know, you have done us wrong. You're a race of devils. You know, running in my mouth, you know. Now, I'm the only child, 500, 600 children go to this school. I'm the only one that won't pledge allegiance to the flag. They called my mother, talk about I'm embarrassing the school. And my mother told them, if that's what my son want to do, that's his business. And she backed me up. And I did not pledge allegiance. I stopped doing that. Don't tell me I don't have no love for my people, for myself. I had to go through a time when black people made mockery of my skin color, including my mother. Ooh, you black son of a, and you devil looking, Yankee looking. I'm like, Mom, you darker than I am. You know, my mother telling me how black and ugly I am, and she darker than me. And then, of course, I had to hear it from other sources. But it was Elijah Muhammad's teaching that taught me how to love when I was a baby. I love black. And most of these people that tell me they so blackity black, they ain't even black. They brown, light skin, hot yellow, and all this other crazy stuff. I am black. I don't see you going, because see, there's two processes. You can have a process where you can bleach your skin and kill your melanin, and there's a process where you can actually gain melanin. I don't see you going and spend no money trying to get darker, but you so blackity black. There was a picture, I should look it up real quick, but there's a picture of some sisters from the Sudan. I'm not black compared to them. They dark as hell. Now that's black. Actually, I'm really a deep, deep dark brown for real. They are real black with white teeth. But all these people that are talking this blackity black stuff, the majority of them not even dark skinned. And the reality of it, you talk that stuff like Malcolm's mother. Malcolm's mother purposely went out to try to find a dark skinned man because she wanted her children to have color. You don't do that. You go out there and find you another brown, high yellow, a red bone. You know how we used to brag, oh man, I got me a red bone. You know? And some of them light-skinned people, hey, don't get on my case about it. But some of this, I mean, some of these red bones was ugly as hell. But they pretty because they red bone. That would make them pretty. Ugly as hell. And you know, black don't crack. But when you lighter, as you age, you start cracking. Them dark circles get under your eyes, them wrinkles, you start falling apart. That's why I really wouldn't want a white woman, because they look sort of decent when they're young. But you see them when they get older, oh man. Can you imagine Brother Muhammad waking up to that in the middle of the night? Woo! You think you're in a horror movie. It's just joking around, white folks. I won't. But that's just life. I mean, they will admit that, because I mean, that's just how it is. You know, that's how it is. I love us. Otherwise, I keep my mouth shut. You go do what y'all need to do. I don't give a damn. But I love us because I have had experience in my life, and this plan was given to us, and I put it out there to help you, to help us. Because see, for real, I'll probably be dead within the next 5, 10 years or whatever, or shorter. So why should I the hell should I care about you anyway? You don't mean nothing to me like that. Using your logic, why should I even spend my time? I spend my time because I love us and have always loved us. I have no choice because us is me. And I love me. Ask and vote how I love it. I love me and vote. So ain't no white woman on my wall. You come to my house, ain't no white woman. Matter of fact, even I took all the men off my wall because that made me feel a little bit funny. I took all of them, including I took my own pictures down off the wall. None but women on the wall. You can ask Taalik, he was here. Ain't none but women on my wall. Because, you know, I started thinking about us, you know, this relationship we have with men. I said, that's too much relationship for me. You know, all these men walls and praising men. I'm like, I feel funny about that. And, you know, I can't get with the praising men thing too much. That make you, and then you talk about, I'm against homosexuality, but you got all these men on the wall that you're looking at. You want to be around men. I'm around the mighty FOI. When I was in the Nation of Islam, I hung around the sisters as much as possible. I didn't like being around brothers like that. And the sisters like me being around them. I love that womanhood, that softness, you know, and I love that kind of thing. Women remind me like roses, smelling good, looking good, and just, woo, y'all, woo. Now, Caucasian women is cool. You know, wow, these trolls do not like to see unity. They don't like to see together. But that's what we got to deal with. I'm going to pass the mic. We 4 hours strong. So I'm going to open up the mic. Brothers, if y'all want to bring conclusion, and we're going to call this a day. What is it, age or beauty, Brother Muhammad?
Yeah. what our young people, they have been taught to be very disrespectful. You know, and I understand that. You know, they will never pull me down to that level. I would say if anyone wants to see how black we really are, let's get together and see who will do work for black people. It is simple as that. You know, anybody can get on YouTube and run their mouth. They are blacker than ever running their mouth. But I asked them one question. How many black businesses do you support? Will you go across town to get to a black business as opposed to buying from someone else? And it's easy to test your commitment to black people. I promise you, the least is running your mouth. It's a game. Blackness has become a game on the internet. Everybody get up to, I'm black and I'm black and I'm black and I hate this and I hate this. Then tell me, who do you work for? If you are as black as you are, you wouldn't work for the white man. You go out there and create your own business. It's relatively easy in today's world. If you are black, why even drink the water that the white man provides for you? If you're that black, why go to the white man's store and buy the food that he provided? If you're that black. These are just things that we have to think about. You know, I'm not gonna stand here and argue with someone. I said, come live a day in my life, and we'll see how black you are. And you may find that this old man can out-black you. You might find that. I'm hoping I'm wrong, because I want to see you really being black. I want to see. I don't want to hear. Because you can sit behind these cameras and you can black out. You can black out. Nobody can see you. I don't know who you are. You know, you could be sitting back behind that camera wearing a weave. You could be sitting behind that camera bleached.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can all make fun of each other. It ain't about that.
Yes, sir.
You know, one thing I will say to my black people is, you don't have many more years to get your act together.
Right.
These people are very serious, and they are doing everything in their power to keep you on the bottom. So are you black enough to work together? Are you black enough not to talk about against each other? Are you black enough to pool your money
Mm-hmm.
in order to do something for black people? There are some a group of black people out in Georgia. They bought some land and they're trying to build a community out there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you send those black people some money to help them?
Mm.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just asking you, do you? I do. As they say in the conscious community, I got my receipts.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely right. They are black first. And even if they are not, I'll take a chance on them. Are you black enough to park your car and not drive a car until black people produce one?
Mm. Uh-oh. Now we coming. Come to the reality of things.
We have to understand what it means to be black and not talk it.
Mm-hmm.
I rest my mic, Brother Taalik.
Swinging that old mic over to Brother Muhammad.
All right. Thank you, dear brother. Thank you for allowing us on. Thank you for having this program today, because it was definitely a beautiful program, and it definitely got me out of my destructive mood that I was in.
That's how I do. Whenever you feel down and out, Brother Muhammad, just give me a ring. You know, I'll get you on out of there. You know.
Most definitely, because that's what we need. Exactly.
Yes, sir. Exactly. And believe me, I need it too.
Yes, sir. And so, Brother Don asked a question about the black man. Master Farrakhan Muhammad saying that the black man is other than himself, and him in his current state of mind. Does that make him devil? And again, this is a very beautiful question. It does. The mindset dictates the actions, right? So, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad started out with the white man is the devil. And then he got to a point and he said to the minister, stop using that. I don't want you to call them devil. I want you to call them Satan, enemy, or the slave master's children. So, yes, in the current state of mind, if they are white-minded, then that's a devil. Now, I don't particularly teach it like that. I just call them a nigger. And I keep it like that. Because the greatest word to describe or to define America is the word nigger. That is the greatest word to describe or define America. It is nigger. Because the cracker took our people and made niggers out of them. And filled them full of fear. And they bow down to this cracker. So the enemy made good niggas out of it. And so that's how I use it. I don't use the term devil and when it refers to our people, but I use that term nigger. But for me, I'm meaning the same. Minister has also taught us that devil is deceptive intelligence, rationalizing wrong to make wrong look right. Now, a lot of these things we're going to be getting more into on my channel because these things have to be taught. We talk always about the mind, and what mind do you have? What is the hood that's covering your head? so that we can make a distinction of what needs to be done and what doesn't. So yes, any black person who's other than themselves, they are a devil, because their natural self is God. So opposite of that is devil. Also, in this work that we are doing, there's a lot of maturing that has to take place. And sometimes with our young, it's good on my end. I'm not having no issue. On our,
It's okay on my end too.
with our I don't want to necessarily use the word young, but with our people that, at the lower age group, and I can identify with their feelings because a lot of it I share. We had our Power Summit meeting last year, and I asked the question, did the elders fail us? And, one of the head elders that we had at the meeting, he didn't like that question and made it known very clearly that that was not an appropriate question to say. But I had to let him know it's not wrong to question. Because if you really did your job as you claim it, why are we still suffering the same shit that you went through? It should have been stopped then, so I don't have to go through it. So my children didn't have to go through it. But it didn't. It kept going. So unemotionally, we got to look at it. Did you pass the test as a group? No, you failed. Period, point blank. Why you don't want to deal with that? And he didn't want to deal with it. And trust me, I got a lot of heat for it. And a brother in the mosque here in Holly Springs, he stood up and he went off and he was shooting his fire everywhere. And man, I'm standing there, and I'm looking at my wife, right? Because the wife know who you are. So I'm looking at my wife, and my mind is like, how do I deal with this? Do I respond? Or do I just shut up and let everything die down? Because everything it was like hot. And so he got finished trying to drag me out. Somebody else stood up, and they was da-da-da-da-da. Then it was back to me. Again, I look for my wife, right? Because your wife know who you are. And if you fronting, you faking, she gonna show it, right? So I looked at my wife, and she just staring there at me. Like that. So I said, okay, I got to be me. And so I said to them, I don't mean no harm, but I got to be me. You did fail. And I went off. I swear to God, I went off. I whooped all their ass. By the time I was finished, the audience was up on their feet. It was a thing. So my fire outdid their fire. And they understood, if you really did your job, this conversation wouldn't even need.
Absolutely.
But I'm not shitting on you. I'm not dumping on you. But I'm just saying we didn't meet the mark. So let us strategize together. Because it says, old men for counsel, young men for war. I'm a warrior, damn it. Give me the best counsel you can give me so I can whoop their ass. I don't want to talk. Give me the counsel. Give me the strategy and let me go forward. That's still my fire.
Yeah.
I'm ready to fight. I want battle. I told the people, follow me. Look, I'm here to lead you into battle. I ain't gonna send you. I'm gonna lead you into battle. That's who I am. That's who I am. So people with me, you got to understand that that's where I come from. And so listening to our young'uns and they're talking like that is because they're hurt that they got to fight. But they're not understanding scripture.
Mm-hmm.
They're not understanding it. And I know they don't really embrace it. But see, what they got to understand is that the youth, and I don't mean youth as in, 10 and like that. I'm talking about this generation that we're in. We're the ones that prepared for battle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's important that our elders give us proper strategy, proper coaching, because we're going to meet that devil straight up. And we got to be able to defeat that devil. We got to already know we got him defeated before he even gets to the battlefield. We got to know that. Because we taking power and trust and believe when we in that seat, them crackers ain't going to like it.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't going to like it. And they going to want to come start their trouble. And we're going to fill their ass with body bags. We ain't running. So those who know, how did they come in Greenwood, Black Wall Street? What was the method? What did they use to do this? What did they use to do that? What is it that we got to protect? You got to protect your water. You got your water supply, your power supply, all these things that we may not think about.
Mm-hmm.
Who think about we need to protect our power supply? We need to protect our water supply. Don't nobody think that way. So, but we got to. So we got to have people on post of where the water is.
Mm-hmm.
When the crackers pour some damn poison in the water and you getting bathed in it or drink it or whatever. So we got to have guards on that post. And see, these are the things that our elders know because they already lived it.
Mm-hmm.
They lived it. And they made it through so they can give us proper guidance. Because we're going to whoop them crackers' ass. You ain't going to be free without a fight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just letting you know, you're going to fight. I don't give a damn if you get your lazy ass on a plane and go to Africa, you go to Australia, you go to France, Germany. I don't give a damn where you run to.
Mm-hmm.
You still going to have to fight that cracker in order to really be free.
Mm-hmm.
And you run away from guidance, from proper guidance. You in those situations, who are you going to get guidance from? You left your people to be over in another country thinking it's going to be better. So who are you going to get guidance from? Them crackers over there respect their brother. They don't like you. You are immigrant to them.
Mm-hmm.
You are illegal to them. You taking their shit. So they're not going to like you. Think they're going to give you proper guidance? Hell no. They ain't going to do it. Stay home. Let your elders give you proper guidance. Because it's going to come to a fight. Ain't no ifs, ands, and buts. It's going to be a physical fight. You might as well get prepared. You might as well be ready. Because it's at your door. And you can't run from it. Because it's going to meet you wherever you are on this planet. It's going to meet you. So stop running from your duty. Stop bullshitting and jiving and accept your own and be yourself. Thank you, dear brother.
You're welcome. And on that note, we're going to close this out. 4 hours and a half, almost strong. And I just would like to say I appreciate these brothers here, their wisdom. It's not about me. And I don't know why some people think that it's about me. It's not about me. Anything is subject to change. It's not about me. But we do know that this foundation is where it's at. We know that. And it's about trial and error. You go in because you really don't know. When I had my surgery, they thought it was going to be a 3-hour. You know, my surgeon said, "Oh, all thing I'm gonna do is go snip, snip, snip," and she said, "I'm gonna be out of there." And she said it all funny, whatever. But when she snipped, she said, "Oh hell, it's worse than I thought." So we really don't know what we're dealing with until we actually do it. So it's going to be trial and error. But see, with the wisdom of Brother Muhammad, with the wisdom of Brother Omar, with the wisdom that you bring, And us as a 40 million, if we can all go in one direction, it's easy. We can get this job done. And it's not as going to be as hard as you think that it is. It's going to be much easier. And you don't have to trip. See, stop tripping off the black thing and then love. Just like Brother Omar said, he said, you really that black? Well, then don't drive that car until black folks produce the car. If you that black. We don't live in that type of situation. We want to try to get there. This is America. You're going to have to deal with these people. You're going to have to deal with the lesbians, the gay folks, the interracial couples, the rednecks, and the list goes on and on. We're going to have to deal with them. And you may not believe it or not, some of these people could be great allies. They might put you in a position or do something that's really good for you. When I was locked up, I was cool with a white woman, and she was able to go and look at these records, and she came back and told me, hey, man, they getting ready, they want to shoot you in the ass with them drugs. I would have never knew. But she went in, she had access. And she was able to go where I couldn't go. There are Caucasian people that can go where we can't go, get information. They use us for that. I don't understand your mindset. They use agents. And we can do the same thing. We can go to white people, give them a few dollars or whatever. Because a lot of them is poor and broke. Hey, why don't you, go and do that for me? We can do the same thing. And we need to support our military, not no volunteer army. We need to put ourselves in a position to have a real army. That's their job, is to protect us. We need to pay people to protect our water supply and be there. We need to pay these people, not talking no volunteer. When I get off work, I'm gonna go down. You don't have to get up. No, this is your job. So we need to do this again. The three musketeers, I guess you could say. Y'all ain't got nothing coming with all of us together like this. Because it's like an oven. You got low, medium, and high. That's what you're dealing with. So however you want to come, we got the temperature for your happy ass. As simple as that. I appreciate you, brothers. Thank you for coming and joining. I know Brother Muhammad, you listened to the conversation. You was getting all hyped up, listening to that. And I want to make this very clear. Those of you who think that this sister love you or this sister don't like me or whatever, she been talking that way with me for 2-3 years. She gonna always come back home. And she told you out of her mouth. She said, I am her homie. And I'm forced to be her homie. I can't get rid of her. I block her. I block her and whatever. She reminds me of Alquan almost. But I would rather her be around than Alquan. I ain't interested in no hard legs coming around. I ain't interested in that. But that's just the way she is. She get all emotional and she just fall. And later on she'll cool down. She'll come back. Is you still mad at me? No, I'm not mad at you. That's my sister.
That's right.
That's my sister. And she want me to be her brother. No matter what came out of her mouth.
That's right.
She want me to be I'm her brother. And she go all out her way to prove that. She gonna come back here. And I'm gonna let her be here because she want to be with me. I'm not gonna tell her to go away. She emotional. That's just how she do her thizzy. You don't know her. I do. I know what she look like. She ain't gonna send you her picture. She sent me her picture and her video. I know what she look like. You don't, and we'll never. But that's the kind of relationship we have.
That's right.
So on that note, thank you for my Deacons of Reality in the chat room, Brother Don, and others in the chat room. Y'all got a long chat room. I can't go through that to find out who's there and who's not. But I appreciate you being here. It's always an honor. We had a good live stream, as far as I'm concerned. And thank you for those who was listening and those who will be listening to this broadcast later on. And hey, we got to do better. Oh, and I want to say too, before we get out of here, just like Brother Muhammad was and he hit it right on the nose. And I want to say this to Sister Deity. It's not that my intent is to degrade our people. But if you're lost, you're lost. I'm not going to sit here and call you a god and a goddess. What have you done to be a god and a goddess? What have you done to be a king and a queen? You know, that's not you. Our people in the past did not win. Marcus Garvey, red, black, and green, but he did not win. He lost. They did not win. But whatever they done in the past, they lost. But we can learn from them so that we can win. I want to win. You should want to win. And I talk this way because some of us is faking the funk. We're not interested, neither here or there. And I'm going to put your happy ass on Front Street because you don't want to do nothing anyway. You are a comfortable feral slave, and I don't apologize because many of us are comfortable because we got a little house, we got a little money in our pocket, the white man's money, mind you. We drive the white man's car with your blackity black ass, and you comfortable. That's why you never show us your work. Alquan come here, talk all the time, but he never show you his work. And he take donations too. What kind of work are you doing? The last 3 years, what have you done, Alquan Troll? Nothing. Just be bothering around here bothering somebody for no reason. We're not about that. If you want to do something, I will do something. If you don't, I don't. I can't speak for Brother Muhammad. There's no cape on my back. I don't wear a cape. There's no S here. But I've done some work. I was with Minister Farrakhan, and I worked for 9 years. As a little child, I did the best I could with the knowledge that I had. I did the work. So I got notches on my belt. Where's your notches? I stood in front of Minister Farrakhan, wouldn't take a bullet. Who have you done that for? What have you done for the struggle? I've done the best of my ability. But see, we got the plan now. We've learned those lessons. And the plan is flexible. Everything that we talk about, you can put it under one umbrella in this plan. And we can win. The only thing stopping us is ourselves. I'm out of here. We talk too damn much. Hey, here we go. We're out of here. Thank you for listening. As our soul brother Dr. Newley's always says, important, I wish us love, peace, and soul. We out, y'all. Catch y'all on the flip, brothers.
Peace and blessings.
Peace. Where my little thing there? Where my little thing? There we go.